Hello, my name is Chris White, and it gives me great pleasure on behalf of everyone here at Fruitnet Media and at the World Citrus Organization, supported by CIRAD, to welcome you to this, our first ever Global Citrus Congress. And aren't we global? At the last count, more than 1,200 of you are joining live and online right now from almost 60 countries all over the world for the next several hours to talk all things citrus. It shows the huge interest there is out there for this fantastic category of wonderful products, of oranges, easy peelers, lemons, and of course grapefruit, limes, pomelo, and so on. Now, I'm moderating our live event today from our studio here in central London, where it's just now after 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And you're joining me from literally everywhere, from continental Europe, from Africa, from North America, from Latin America, from Asia, and there are even some brave souls up in the middle of the night in Australia and New Zealand. So it's a good morning, a good afternoon, and a very good evening to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us, joining me here today. For the next 3 hours and more, we've got a great lineup of expert speakers and panelists for you. They're joining me to talk about some of the biggest issues that we face in the citrus industry today. So how can we grow consumption of these wonderful products, not just in these times of coronavirus, when of course we all want our extra dose of vitamins, but for the long term too? And what are the key numbers when it comes to production for fresh and processed? And talking about production, how are the world's biggest growers and marketers of fresh citrus addressing sustainability, one of the biggest issues of the day? That's all coming up in the first 2 sessions of our Congress, and we'll finish today's event with a really interesting discussion about how we might come together as a global industry to grow demand for fresh citrus. Now, every single one of you is part of this event, so please do comment and ask questions on slido.com. It's really very simple. You get onto slido.com, you see the address there in front of you. You can use your phone to scan the QR code, enter the code GCC Live, and you can ask questions and take part in the polls that are on there. And I'll try, of course, to include some of your questions in my discussions with our expert speakers and panelists. Now, don't forget that their bios and loads of other information is at our website, citruscongress.com. So please do join the debate on Twitter as well, where you can use the same hashtag GCC Live. It's there in the corner of your screen. And don't forget, you can also follow this Congress in both English and Spanish. Just click on the link that you'll find on your screen. I'd like to extend a really big thank you to all of those companies, organizations that have come forward to sponsor this first ever Global Citrus Congress. You see their names and logos here behind me, and of course on our website. Your support is invaluable, and it seems to me it demonstrates your deep commitment to this wonderful world of citrus. Thank you so very much. Right, let's get started, and let's start with our first session. For the next 45 minutes or so, before we break, we'll look at some of the big picture stuff. We've got 3 speakers: Eric Imbert of CIRAD, Philippe Pinard of the World Citrus Organization, and we've got Neil Murray of IHK, who are going to take us through some of the big trends and key numbers in both fresh and processed. So let's first hear from Eric Imbert of CIRAD, who's joining us today from France. Eric, over to you.
Good day, my name is Eric Imbert. I work for a French investigation research center that is called CIRAD. I'm also the editor of a magazine that is called Fruitnet and that is specialized in the international fruit trade. I will speak about the world citrus trade key trends today. Let's begin with some general information and general statistics about the world citrus trade. What are we talking about when we speak about the world citrus trade? We speak about one of the leading food market in size. Just some statistics, the citrus trade, the world citrus import do represent around 40 million tons if we take into account the 5 big citruses, I mean orange, easy peeler, lemon, grapefruit, and lime. If we compare to the global fruit trade, which is estimated at 70 million tons, it's about 20% of the total. Citrus come in second in the ranking of the top fruit traded worldwide, just after banana and before peep fruit. It is very important to mention that citrus is a very big market, but that it is terribly lacking luster. If we have a look to the average growth rate, yearly growth rate of the citrus trade these last 10 years, it's around 2% compared to 3% for the fruit trade in general, around 3% also for banana, and up to 12% for avocado. These trends, these slow growth trends, is even more marked this last year, with an average growth rate for citrus at 0.9, below 1% by year these last 5 years, compared to 2.6% for the fruit trade, 4.2% for banana, and around 14% for avocado. Why such a situation? Why such a slow growth? Let's have a look to the leading world import market for citrus and at their dynamic one by one. The European Union is by far the leading world import market for citrus, absorbing around 43% of the total global citrus trade. That represents around 5.7 to 5.9 million tons. Then come three markets at around 2 million tons each. Eastern Europe, 2.1 million tons. Over Asia, I mean all the Asian countries apart Japan, that is quite specific, and the Middle East at 1.8 million tons. In fifth position come North America with around 1.1 million tons, and then Japan at around 200,000 tons. However, very few of these markets are increasing significantly. You will see it on this chart that do represent the average yearly growth rate of the leading world import market this last year, 5 years ago, and 10 years ago. First, you can see that the European Union is flat for year, not developing significantly, around 0 to 1% by year since the beginning of the new millennium. Japan is in the same situation or even decreasing. You can see that volume are imported are getting lower and lower year after year. Fortunately, we have still some big markets that are increasing quite significantly. It's the case for North America, with a growth rate that is even accelerating this last year, changing from 1% by year 10 years ago to 8% by year this last year. It's also the case for the over Asia, which are continuing to increase at a nice pace, from 4 to 8 and even 9% for years. However, some other markets, some other big and important markets are not increasing anymore. It's especially the case for Eastern Europe, that is a very big market of more than 2 million tons, and but with a growth rate that is decreasing very significantly, passing from 5% 10 years ago to around 1% this last year. It's also the case for the Middle East, where the growth rate was quite high at 14% 10 years ago, and that is even slightly decreasing this last year. So to sum up, the world citrus trade had 4 engines around 10 years ago. It has only 2 nowadays. Let's have a look now at the world citrus market, family by family, beginning with oranges. The orange trade represents something like 6.4, 6.5 million tons, if we exclude 2019, which is quite a special year because of some political issues in Syria, Iraq. This volume do represent about half of the global citrus trade, so orange is by far the leading citrus traded worldwide. If you look at the evolution of the orange trade, we can clearly see two big periods. A period of very significant growth till 2013, where we had around 4% growth by year, and these last years, a much lower pace, and in fact a very, very low growth rate of about 0.5% by year between 2013 and 2018. Let's have a look to the orange import market by market, beginning by the leading world market for oranges, that is the European Union. The European Union do represent around 2.5, 2.6 million tons by year. This is around 42% of the world imports. If we look at the evolution of the orange import in Europe, we can see that we have two periods. It is not so easy to see that because we have a lot of alternancy. However, we have a first period with quite flat imports, and then by the middle of the decade, a significant improvement, which is due to two main reasons. The first one is a new market segment. This is the juice machine. This machine has spread all over Western Europe and created a need for cheap oranges. This need of cheap oranges has been very profitable for Egypt, who do export nowadays, this last year, around 300,000 tons and became the second EU21 supplier. Egyptian exports have increased very significantly thanks to this, of around 100 to 150,000 tons in 5 years. The second reason is the new Spanish late table oranges. It has driven a longer calendar and improved very significantly the quality of the orange range that are proposed to the European consumer, thanks to varieties such as Lane Lat and also Super Lat Navels, such as Rhode, such as Barnfield, such as Powell or Chislet. This has created not only a slight improvement in volume, but also slightly improving seasonal prices. If we look at our price indicator, we have an increase about 15% since 2015-2016. The other consequence is later market window for Spain and more in general for the Northern Hemisphere, that is delaying the Southern Hemisphere season. However, if we look at the European import these last 2 years, we can see that we have quite decreased again of the imported quantity. Is it only alternancy or is it a changing trend? We will see that in the future. Let's have a look to the other world market for oranges, beginning with Asia. Asia is not only the second market in size, just after the European Union, but it's the only market that is increasing significantly this last year. If we look at the size of the market, you can see that it has increased by almost 500,000 tons in 5 years. This is mainly due to one market only, China, whose import has been multiplied by 2.3 in 5 years and do represent a bit less than 800,000 tons. In fact, Asia is represents around 60% of the Asian import. However, the Asian market in general is also tending to stabilize. That's a question. If we look at the data for 2019, China has continued to increase, but more smoothly, and some markets that were increasing has decreased. It was the case for Korea and also for Asia. So have we got a new trend in Asia? It will be a big problem because as I mentioned, Asia is the only market that is increasing for oranges. Let's have a look now to the other market, but we will see no good news. Middle East is a big market, but is totally flat to even decreasing. Eastern Europe is a big market also. It is also decreasing in spite of a very low consumption level. You can see it on these charts that do represent the per capita consumption by country. You can see that Eastern Europe is around 4 kilo per capita, where Western Europe is at 6 kilo per capita, on some markets such as Canada at 5 kilo. And North America, this market is slightly increasing, but it's quite a limited market, a small market. Let's try to see what will be the evolution of the orange trade in the future. As you have seen, we have very limited growth in demand for the moment, China and a bit North America. However, on the production side, we have quite different trends and a sharp increase in production in some key supplying countries. I try to see on the 4 leading ones what could be the evolution in the coming year, evolution of the production. These 4 countries do represent around 60% of the world export. First, Spain. We have quite a big planting for the moment of oranges in Spain to try to renew the Valencia and, generally speaking, the late table, the late oranges range. You can see it on this slide that do on this chart that do represent the sales of plants. Orange plants this last year, and we see that we have a big increase of the orange sales in the Valencian community. However, it will not lead to a big increase of the production because it's mainly variety substitution after uprooting. It's not the case in Egypt. We have really an exploding production, and as I told you, exports that has increased by around 350,000 tons these last years. Thanks to a very high competitiveness, the production cost is very low, and also to huge planting. It's very difficult to have some accurate and correct data for Egypt, but we have definitely a big move, big planting of oranges. USDA is evaluating them at around 5,500 hectares by year. But as I told you, it's quite an estimate. Turkey, we have also no statistics regarding planting. However, we'll see also that we have a sharp increase in the export till 2017 and 2018, where we get a decrease, however, mainly due to political issues. And South Africa is growing, especially in Valencia. If we look at the planting, we had around 3,400 hectares planted between 2014 and 2019, 85% Valencia, with an export forecast increasing by 200,000 tons in 2 year times. Let's have a look to the soft citrus market now. The soft citrus market come in second position regarding the world imports, with volume around 3.4 to 4.4 million tons these last years, that do represent around 31% of the world citrus trade in volumes. What about the evolution? It's obvious soft citrus were the stars of the citrus market, but till 2011-2012 only, where we get an increase of the soft citrus market of around 2 million tons in 10 years. However, since 2012 until 2017, we had almost no growth. We had a very slight wake up, but very recent and only these last 2 years. Let's have a look to the European import, to the EU import for soft citrus. As it is the case for oranges, the European Union is the first market for soft citrus, absorbing around 44% of the world trade and volume around 1.8 to 1.9 million tons. However, as you can see, we have almost no growth for 10 years. In fact, we have a very slight decrease in the winter market and a very slight increase on the summer one. We have no movement regarding volume. However, we have very significant qualitative substitution, especially during the late season, where we are a switch to high standard late hybrids that do represent now around 1/4 of the global offer during the winter season in Europe. This qualitative substitution led to a significant price increase. If we look at our barometer for average prices in the European Union, we see a very significant increase in 10 years, with pricing passing from below 0.9 euro per kilo in 2010-2011 to 1.28 euro per kilo in 2019-2020. It is worth also to mention that in the European Union, the easy pillar market remains a winter market. 90% of the volume are traded in winter, and on the 10% of the volume that are traded in summer, 50% of those volume goes only to the United Kingdom. Let's have a look to the other markets now, and let's begin with the green curve. Eastern Europe. As you can see, it was really a key driver of the world trade for easy pillar. However, in the past, we had a sharp recession from 2014-2015, and we lost around 150,000 to 200,000 tons since this period. We can see a sudden rebound in 2019. Is it punctual or not? We will see in the future. All the other markets that were also some key driver of the growth in the past are flat or even decreasing. It's the case for Asia. You can see it. Volume are down since 2013-2014. It's the case also for the Middle East that is stagnating or almost stagnating for years. The only market that is still increasing quite significantly is North America, with volume that increased by around 50,000 tons by years, at least till 2019. As you can see, 2019 was a year of recession also in North America. What is the trend for soft citrus? First of all, regarding demand, you have seen it, we have very few good news. North America is still increasing, but with a slowdown in 2019. Let's see what will occur in the future. Anyhow, we still have a huge potential of development in the US, in the United States. Look at the chart regarding that presents the consumption per capita. We are still quite low in the United States, 3.5 kilo per capita compared to, for example, 4.6 kilo in Western Europe. We have also Eastern Europe, but the wake up is very new and we have to see if it's confirmed in the future or not. What is the situation regarding production? In the Northern Hemisphere, it is true, limited planting this very last year. However, we have huge planting before, and we continue to expect a significant development of the production, especially regarding late hybrids. It's the case for Spain. Spain has planted limited acreage of soft citrus this last year. However, lots of late hybrids orchards are still not mature. It's also the case of Morocco. Lots of young orchards still not in full swing. Remember that Morocco has planted around 30,000 hectares of soft citrus in 10 years. Altogether, if we look at the study we have done last year, the export potential of all the players who deliver the EU28 is at around 750,000 tons, and it means that we still expect an increase of the export potential of around 150 to 200,000 tons. We have also Turkey. We have no statistics for Turkey, but what is true and what is obvious is that the export have increased sharply these last 10 years, around 200,000 tons more, and it seems that we have huge planting of late hybrids, Tango, and above all W Murcott. What is occurring in the Southern Hemisphere? We really expect a boom, especially in South Africa. South Africa has planted around more than 11,000 hectares between 2014 and 2019. and also, even if at a lower extent, in Chile, where we expect a sharp increase also, around 4,500 hectares planted between 2014 and 2020. Let's have a look at lemon now, 2015. However, as afterwards, we had what is the situation for lemon in the other world market? In fact, it is quite the same as it is for Europe. We had a sharp increase in Asia, North America, Middle East. All of these markets have increased of around 70 to 120,000 tons in 10 years. Only Eastern Europe was flat, but is maybe waking up since 2018. But also for all of these markets, we have the same situation as in Europe, or for a majority of these markets. I mean a slight slowdown this very last year. What will be the prospect for lemon? Let's have a look at a study that we led in 2018. In fact, due to the very good prices achieved worldwide, producer everywhere has planted quite a lot of acreage of lemon. And we estimate that the increase of the world production between 2017 to 2023 should be around 1.3 million tons. What could be the market for this lemon? If we continue with a dynamic of around 100,000 tons by year, we can estimate that around 500,000 tons of this lemon could go to the fresh market. However, it means that around 800,000 tons have to go to the byproduct market, to go to the processing market. And it will definitely have big consequences on the byproduct prices, obviously. To conclude our exploration byproducts, let's have a quick look at lime and grapefruit. These two products have rarely antagonist trends. The grapefruit market is now a market of around 670,000 tons. But as you can see on the chart that show the evolution, we have a continuous erosion due to two main issues at the production stage, where Florida, who was a former world-leading supplier, is in big trouble because of greening. Production has been divided by almost 10 since the apparition of greening. And also at the market stage, we have a poor image of the product due to interaction with drugs, due to also overall eating quality that are decreasing following a shrinkage of tropical grapefruit market share. On the contrary, if you look at lime, we have an increasing and a sharply increasing market. In 2019, it was a market of around 860,000 tons, so more than the grapefruit one, growing at a pace of at around 50,000 tons by years. It's a very easy to understand market. We have two key market players, the USA with that absorb around 3/4 of the world imports, and the European Union at around 17% of the world imports, and only two players, Mexico, that do represent around 85% of the export, and Brazil, 12%. Some words to conclude. As you have seen, we have very limited growth in volumes apart for lemon and lime. We have also a production which is increasing quite significantly for key market players for almost all kinds of citrus apart grapefruit. We have also more external constraints due to the need of a greener market. Phytosanitary, water use, packaging, transportation are big challenges. Social impact will also be a challenge in the coming years. More and more multiple are willing to have certification on this. So I think that it's very important to underline that we need more transparency and more exchange of information in the citrus world. We are in a difficult market context, and we need a close monitoring of planting, production, world trade and consumption, and we need also to understand the new expectation of consumer. We need also more promotion and the opening of new market. I guess that the example of avocado is really a strong and very interesting example. I'm sure that the conference that will lead Mr. McGuigan of the HAB will be very useful for us. And lastly, we need also more added value. We need to continue the process of quality substitution. It means that we need to continue to invest on investigation and new variety. We need also to continue to invest on non-conventional production method, organic or agroecology. So in one word, I think that it's really time for WCO.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Eric, for that really interesting presentation that's taken us, well, everywhere, really, and given us a real insight and a very deep insight into some of the big production and consumption trends that we see in the world. We've got quite a number of questions already on Slido, I can see, and I'll try and include those in the discussion points that we've got coming up. I mean, one here, North America has done a great job in stimulating summer demand for easy peelers. How can we repeat this in Europe? It's anonymous, but I suspect that may come from South Africa. And our editor at Eurofruit, who's asking, how important will new and emerging markets be to the overall citrus trade during the next couple of years? Are there any big markets that must be targeted, asks Mike Knowles. Don't forget there are the polls that we've got that you can see again through Slido, and do go on there and engage in the various questions that we're asking of you. And as I said, don't forget to ask your questions. Let's turn now to our second speaker. We'll hear now from Philippe Binard of the World Citrus Organization. Philippe, over to you.
Good afternoon, and many thanks, Chris. It is very impressive as a co-organizer of this event to be welcoming more than 1,100 representatives of the citrus industry from around the world, together with José Antonio Garcia Fernandez and Justin Chadwick, the co-chair of the WCO, as well as my colleague Natalia Santos and Eric Imbert, to have been involved in the preparation of this first ever Global Citrus Congress. Before going into the presentation of the forecast of production for the Northern Hemisphere, let me first share with you some of the milestones in the setting up of the WCO. We started this project about a year ago in Madrid, and we then consolidate and launch formally the organization in Berlin during Fruit Logistica. There were many reasons why a global platform for the citrus industry was relevant. There is a number of common global challenges for the citrus industry: increased competition, stagnating consumption, growing production. And when setting up the project, I think there were already a lot of expertise available from other fruit categories, such as the apple and pear sector, such as the avocado sector, such as the kiwi fruit sector, which all have such an international global organization. Therefore, the mission was very easy to set, to be a platform for discussing matters of common concern, exchange information on production and market, have a place of dialogue for policy issue of common concern, identify matters relating to research and innovation, liaise with public and private stakeholders, and above all, promote the global consumption of citrus. To perform this task, WCO have a secretariat based in Brussels, and also we have the support of CIRAD with Eric Imbert based in Montpellier, France. And to organize and steer the organization, there is since February a co-chair with one representative from the northern and another representative from the southern hemisphere. We have already a lot of members. 11 of the leading producing countries of citrus around the world are already members of the organization, and we have also gained a number of associated members, which are leading companies involved in the citrus industry. If you are not yet member, please contact us. You have here our email address, wco@worldcitrusorganization.org. we'll be very happy to provide you more details about the membership. But now let's move to the forecast. Forecast is quite important for an industry to know exactly where the sector is moving, and we have set a calendar providing the data of the forecast for the Southern Hemisphere in April. We did that in fact this year already, and we are now in November setting up the forecast of production for the next season for the Northern Hemisphere. Having production and market data is quite important. It provides transparency, it's secure to the member relevant information for the main variety, the main trends on the market outlet. It provides quantitative information, but we have also tried to include qualitative information. This is why we have teamed up with CIRAD, Fruitnet, and the incredible experience of Eric Imbert for helping us in understanding what is behind the data. In regard to the Northern Hemisphere forecast, for the 2020 forecast of production, we will provide the information representing 10 leading countries. For the European Union, it includes the data from Spain, Italy and Greece. For the other Mediterranean countries, we have the data from Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Israel and Turkey. And we have also the information about the United States with the breakdown of production from California to Florida, as well as some other citrus states such as Arizona and Texas. Before I move into the Northern Hemisphere, let's just remind the key data, and you have there all the details from the forecast of production that we have made last April, indicating that the different countries which were contributing to this exercise, including Chile, Peru, Argentina, Uruguay, South Africa, Australia, as well as Brazil and Bolivia, were announcing a crop of 8.4 million tons, which was a slight decrease by 3% compared to the previous year. In regard to the Northern Hemisphere and for the different countries, the 10 countries that I have announced, we have come to a forecast of production of 28,737,000 tons, which is a slight decrease, as you can see on the graph, from 1.27% compared to the last year. It is a relatively low crop when we compare this data with the average of the last 3 years or the average of the last 5 years. Looking at the basket of citrus, we see that oranges today represent, for the forecast of 2020, 16 million tons, representing 56% of the production of citrus. Soft citrus reach 8.6 million tons, lemons 3.8 million tons, and grapefruit 800,000 tons. When we look at the evolution and the trends for the last 5 years, we see that we have a trend where soft citrus and lemons are gaining market share in the citrus category, while oranges and grapefruit continue to decrease year on year their share. Looking at the trends by category, we see that this year the production of oranges for the Northern Hemisphere will be at 16 million tons, minus 2.6% compared to last year. There will be a slight increase from 4.6% to 8.6 million tons for citrus, from the soft citrus category. Lemons will be down by 7.8%, at 3.8 million tons, and grapefruit will be down by 9.7% at 786,000 tons. By main region, we see that in Europe the production will grow by 10%, it will decline by 8% in the other Mediterranean country, and in the United States by 9% as well, which means that the production in Europe will be around 11.5 million tons, in the Mediterranean countries other than the European Union about 11 million tons, and in the USA about 6.1 million tons. In the European Union, Spain is the leading producer with production which should reach this year 7.1 million tons, a 12% increase compared to last year. Yes, therefore a good recovery, in particular on soft citrus, which is set at 2.3 million tons, a figure that might still be revised slightly downwards. There is a slight increase also for oranges, which will be set at 3.4 million tons, and a strong lemon crop at 1.3 million tons. Overall, there is a good start of the season, almost no overlap with the Southern Hemisphere product. There is also good demand as the weather is getting colder in the European Union, and hopefully the Spanish season, as well as for the other supplier, could be developing in the good environment that was generated by the COVID crisis last spring. In Italy, the crop will be reaching an historical high at 3.2 million tons, which is up by 12% to last year, and Greece will have a relatively stable crop, decreased by 1% at 1,173,000 tons. In regard to the other Mediterranean country, Morocco is announcing a crop which should be at 2 million tons, which is a slight recovery compared to the peak low production of 1.7 million tons of last year. There will be some monitoring of that forecast in the coming weeks when the formal announcement will be made, but there are a lot of pressure regarding access to water, regarding the drought, and regarding the evolution of the farms which move to other fruit. Egypt will have a slight decrease of production at 4.4 million tons. Israel is announcing a crop of 440,000 tons, minus 4% compared to previous year. Turkey should have also a lower crop at 3.6 million tons, with different trends on soft citrus, which might be relatively similar to last year, while other categories such as oranges and lemons will be decreasing sharply. Tunisia will have a 20% increase compared to last year at 440,000 tons. In regard to the United States, there will be a crop lower by 9% at 6.1 million tons, with Florida, which will register a decrease by 14% of its production, and California by 5%, being with a crop of 3.6 million tons for this year. So in conclusion, we could say that there will be first the impact of a lower crop for the Southern Hemisphere with 3% down as announced last April. There will be limited or no overlap, therefore, between the Southern and the Northern Hemisphere on global market due to this low crop in the Southern Hemisphere, and also the strong demand that was registered during the first semester of 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. There is a lower crop in the Northern Hemisphere, 1.5% down at 28.7 million tons, with different trends in the EU, a little bit more, a little bit less in the other Mediterranean country, and less in the United States. There is overall for the citrus industry in the Northern Hemisphere a lot of concerns regarding the drought and its impact that it could have on the product. And finally, we believe that there are a lot of reasons to be optimistic in regard to consumption trends, given the renewed consumer perspective of health and nutritious benefit of the citrus industry. All these data will be provided to the WCO member with all the details, and we will be very glad to share it also with new members that could join the WCO in the coming weeks and months. I will stop here, and I would like to hand over to Chris for the next part of the program. Many thanks.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Philippe. Again, many more numbers and very interesting numbers that Philippe had to share there on back of what we heard from Eric a moment ago. I know that the forecasts from the Northern Hemisphere were actually just published, I think yesterday. We got a press release came just yesterday, so I'm sure they'll be on the World Citrus Organization website very soon. I know Jan van Ipperen has asked about that in Slido. So again, do go onto Slido and do take part, ask your questions, make your comments, and don't forget to take part in the polls that we've got there, which we'd love to get your opinions on. So the last part of this bit, this first part before we break, is going to look at the processed market, I should say, all of that bit that isn't the whole citrus that we enjoy eating, but the fresh and processed citrus that we enjoy drinking, and so on. And we're delighted to have join us today at this first ever Global Citrus Congress by Neil Murray. Neil is with IHS Markit. Let's hear from Neil.
Hello, and welcome to this presentation on processed citrus. My name is Neil Murray. I'm the Managing Editor and Head of Processed Commodities at IHS Markit's Food and Agricultural Commodities Division. Many of you will have known us as Food News for a long time. Our name was changed to IEG View by our previous owner, and then in July last year we were acquired by IHS Markit, a very, very diversified data and commodities organisation. So we're still the same operation, same people doing the same job, and people still call us Food News when they want to. Old habits die hard. And this is just a brief taster of what Markit does. We do all kinds of commodities and other things. As you can see, we do economic analysis, life sciences, energy, maritime, trade. Agribusiness is in the top left there on the black border, and if you click on that, you will get taken to here, which is just an example of one of our data tools, commodity trade analysis. And in the black bar on the left, if you were to click on home as a subscriber, you would be taken straight to all the news, analysis and text, along with the graphics and everything else that we normally carry. So the idea is to have a look at what's happening in processed citrus. Orange and lemon, we're not really going to touch on grapefruit because it's so small these days. And I can do nothing better really than quote Kerry ingredients for this little power at the bottom. Citrus is a leading taste in new product development, particularly in beverages. Since 2017, 47% of flavoured waters have contained citrus profiles. In the same year, citrus was included in 38% of sports and energy drinks, 34% of carbonated soft drinks, 30% of flavoured alcoholic beverages, 29% of ready-to-drink iced teas, and 26% of juices. In 2019, the use of extracts in beverages increased to 19% in all launches. So from that, as we all know, citrus is important. So let's start by looking at the fresh orange supply. This is global orange production forecast, and for the 2019-2020, you're looking at about 47.5 million tonnes. That's all oranges from the major producers, and that includes fresh market sale as well as processing. As you'll see, that's quite a dip from the previous year. Could just be because it's an off year, an on-bearing year and an off year, which is a usual pattern. But historically, it's a fairly low figure for the last few years. And here we have EU orange production. Again, it's from the major growing countries, so that not everybody is represented here. And as you can see, this season it's put at about 5.8 million tonnes, down from 6.5 million tonnes. So once again, here too, production is down. However, if we look at Brazil, we see one of the big problems, and that is that the yield that Brazil is getting from its oranges is considerably less. If you look at the 2019-20 bar, the far right bar, you'll see that it requires 387 boxes to produce 1 tonne of FCOJ. That, in simple terms, means that you've got to have more fruit per single tonne of FCOJ, and that's a problem. Meanwhile, in Florida, as we all know, the Florida orange harvest has been getting smaller and smaller and smaller over about the last 16 or 17 years. It's now virtually insignificant. It's down to roughly 60 million boxes of citrus, of orange, and we don't think this is going to change. Nobody thinks this is going to change. Florida has really been eclipsed as a producer of FCOJ. It's still a force in not from concentrate orange juice, though. But this is not going to recover. So what are we talking about? Well, in terms of processing fruit, we're talking about a shortfall of roughly 1 million tonnes of oranges this year, and we think that's likely to continue. This is actually quite serious because what's happening here is the demand for fresh oranges is rising because of the coronavirus. People are just eating more for the vitamin C and because they think it may protect them against the virus. That we now know is going to continue well into next year. So let's look at orange juice manufacture. And here you can see that global orange juice production is not looking particularly good for the current season, at about 1.6 million tonnes. It's down from 1.7 million, which in turn was down for over 2 million. 2017, 2018 was not a good year either, but historically this is a fairly low figure for FCOJ production. This includes NFC juice, by the way. It's just simply converted to 65 bricks, FCOJ equivalent. And here we see the situation for European orange juice production. A big fall, down some 23,000 tonnes from the previous season. Imports are up as a result of that, and that's basically it. Production down, imports up. And here's what's been happening to retail sales in the United States. Retail sales have been falling in the US and in Europe steadily for really about the last 6 or 7 years, down 1 or 2% a year. But the decline has been noticeably steeper in the United States. As you can see, down by both value and by volume, except if you look in towards the end of 2019-20, there's been an uptick, and that is due to higher retail sales of orange juice during the coronavirus period and also during the various lockdowns. The Americans have been buying considerably more orange juice. That's a good thing. And here you see the exports for NFC orange juice from Brazil. This is important for Europe. As far as Brazil is concerned, Europe is, while they sell FCOJ into Europe, NFC is where the money is, NFC is where the big volumes are. So they are very, very anxious to keep it. Not only that, of course, but the margins are better. So you must bear this in mind in the context of Spanish juice production. And the bald figures really for this year come down to the fact that demand has been in the 2019-20 season slightly less than supply, which means there's inventory has been carried over. But for 2020 and 2021, as you can see, supply is quite severely constrained and demand has hardly changed, but there is an imbalance of roughly 100,000 tonnes. You should also bear in mind the effect of the coronavirus in these figures. Okay, let's take a brief look at China. China was forecast to be an enormous producer and consumer of orange juice some 15 years ago when they flooded the area that was occupied by the Three Gorges Dam, and they planted enormous numbers of volumes of citrus, thousands of hectares of orange trees, and this was going to be the absolute hub of a Chinese orange juice empire. Well, what happened? And the short answer for China is it didn't happen at all. The trees that they've planted, they're mostly mandarins, they're clementines, and they're going for fresh sale. The orange trees that are planted for juice production have, by Brazilian and American standards, an extremely poor yield. The juice itself is not particularly high ratio. So actually China, as you can see, its production of FCOJ has been about 45,000 tonnes static for the last 4 seasons. And domestic consumption hasn't increased much either. If you look at this season, it's about 112,000 tonnes, and you go back 4 years and it's 97,000 tonnes. Considering the size of the Chinese population, that's a very, very small figure, and the growth is extremely small as well. And you have to ask yourself why. And the answer is this. Basically, orange isn't really a popular flavour in China. Snow pear, as far as juices go, is the popular one. So orange juice production and demand are basically very low and static. What we are seeing is increased consumption of super premium, and not from concentrate juice, A lot of freshly squeezed in the major cities. This is coming out through places like Starbucks and the independent cafe chains. This isn't necessarily reflected in imports from Brazil or anywhere else. These are freshly squeezed from oranges, and probably imported oranges as well, as Chinese oranges aren't really that suitable for juice. So high quality product in terms of absolute volume, small, but it's something that's worth watching. Spain is likely to produce about 160,000 tons of mandarins and satsumas this year. About a quarter of that goes for canning, and another 60,000 tons goes to other industrial juices. Spain produces mandarin juice, and then you have essential oils. And the raw material prices are likely to be a little bit lower than last year because there's a bigger citrus crop. Exports are down for all the usual reasons. Basically, the food service and the bakery sector really suffered during the lockdowns. At least Spanish canned mandarins are obviously duty-free within the EU. But the loss of the food service sector has been a big problem because Spain actually devotes about 3/4 of its production to that sector, and that, like I said, has been the worst hit. China grows about 2 million tons of satsumas and clementines every year. 1.6 million tons goes for fresh and the rest goes for canning. But the canners, they are dependent really on the fresh market for their raw materials. So if the fresh market takes more, then there'll be less for canning. This year, it's going to be about the same. It's going to be about 450,000 tons going for canning. No surprises there. Fresh market consumption hasn't recovered, unlike other citrus juices, fresh citrus, which is interesting. So there might actually be more fruit going for canning this year than last. The problem here for the Chinese, of course, is that there is EU anti-dumping duties on their product and this is a severe constraint. And then for canned citrus, there's also some small production from Turkey, but that's where we are at the moment. On now to lemon. The big thing this year, or really for the last 2 or 3 years, is that very, very weak prices for lemon juice concentrate. The Argentines have overproduced, and right now there is stronger demand for fresh fruit, again because of the coronavirus, but we'll see the effect of the Argentine overproduction in lemon juice in the following slides. Spain for 2020-2021 is expecting a bumper crop, 1.29 million tons of fresh lemons. That's pretty much the same as the huge crop they had the season before last. That's going to have an effect. Spain mostly grows for the fresh market. It does process, it produces quite a lot of lemon juice, but the fresh market dominates. We think that probably because of the slight oversupply of lemon juice this year, that more fruit will go for processing. For the fresh market. That would be in line with the increased demand caused by the coronavirus. And this is really the interesting change that's been happening in the Spanish lemon juice industry. They've been moving towards not from concentrate, NFC lemon juice. If you look at the exports, and this applies to the production as well, of concentrate, it's a fairly unbroken line. It's fluctuated up and down a little bit according to bearing years and things like that. But it's moved within a narrow band. Whereas the tonnage of NFC juice, of course, has increased dramatically. It's now well over 100,000 tons. And the little dip at the end is simply because we don't have the full year data. But this is the way the Spanish industry is going. And NFC, of course, has a better margin. Now, Argentina, on the other hand, is expecting a very, very small crop. You can see the fairly steady growth over the years of Argentine lemon production. Okay, there was a very, very bad year in 2014 when frost severely damaged the crop, but it's been growing. The problem is the overproduction of lemon juice concentrate, and they don't do NFC. They supply the fresh market, but unlike Spain, the greater part of the Argentine crop actually goes for juice production. So the effect on price has been quite dramatic, as we will see in the next slide. And this is what's happened to Argentine lemon juice prices, 400 GPL. They've fallen off a cliff. They have been going down and down and down for really about the last 2 years, and there's no end in sight. We understand that processors and growers, and they tend to be vertically integrated in Argentina, are doing more fresh fruit sale and are intending to cut back lemon juice production next year or in the next season. They've got to do something to balance the price. It's anything between $1,500 and $1,750 a ton FOB Buenos Aires. The lower price is from a few processors who are just desperate to sell, desperate to get foreign exchange, turnover, anything like that. The Argentine inflation rate isn't helping, but really the prices are at historic lows and they've got to come up. So here we are. Orange. Well, high inventories, as we said. Brazil, I think 440,000 tons of FCOJ at the mid-year point. Juice consumption overall is probably down. We know that retail sales have increased in Europe and in the United States, but there have been very severe declines in the food service sector with the closure of cafes, fast food outlets, hotels, restaurants, and so forth. And we don't think the loss of the catering sector has been made up by the increase in the retail sector. There are no figures, but that seems to be the scene. So overall consumption is down. However, with the present increased retail demand and the low production, Brazil has got a choice. It can dip into its inventory and hold prices or cut them, or it can gradually reduce its inventory and possibly raise the FCOJ price, which would not help demand. We have heard today, although we can't confirm it, that Brazil is cutting the price of FCOJ until the end of the year at least. We just don't know if this is true. We cannot get confirmation. But if it is, it would stimulate demand and they would probably dip into some of their inventory. They will be giving Spain some serious competition again in the NFC sector because they track the Spanish price. I mention Egypt because Egypt is now equivalent to Spain in terms of fresh orange production. They do some orange juice themselves, not a lot, but the essential oils industry is looking interesting. They are doing some FCOJ and they're doing some reasonable quality essential oils as well, we understand. And that's likely to continue and to strengthen. But the main effect, I think, of Egypt will be probable higher demand for imports of Egyptian fresh oranges to make up for the lower production and the increase in consumption of fresh oranges in Europe. And by the way, we expect shelf-stable juice, in other words, ambient juice sales to increase as well. The second wave of COVID-19 is with us, and we expect consumers to stock up. On lemon, the small harvest in Argentina should bolster prices, which is no bad thing. As we said, Spain is going to have a large harvest. That should drive down Spanish prices slightly, and that would make Argentine imports into Spain less competitive. Argentine lemon juice has a 14.4% duty on it, but at present Argentine prices are so low that even with the duty added, they are viciously competitive against Spain, so that may ease off. Lemon and orange oil prices we think are going to rise slightly simply because they're byproducts of the concentration process and there's going to be less concentrate being made. We do expect demand for fresh lemons to continue increasing, especially now we have the second wave of COVID-19 here. If there is a second wave in the United States, although heaven only knows they're having difficulty with the first wave, then we do expect fresh citrus consumption demand to be quite strong there. That would potentially mean less juice going for processing, and that could potentially bolster prices as well, which, given the low prices at the moment, wouldn't be a bad thing. So for next year, as we say, we just haven't got the figures on the losses in the hotel, restaurant, catering channel. But the good news is, for the juice industry, that juice is back on the menu again. consumption is increasing, retail sales are increasing, and the health aspect of juice has now improved. In other words, people are not thinking about sugar content, obesity, tooth decay, or anything like that. They're buying fruit juice, they're buying orange juice because it's good for them, because it tastes good and it's got lots of vitamin C in it. And that's been a very, very welcome turnaround for the industry, even if the rate of increase in the US of orange juice consumption is actually slowing down. But as we say, we're expecting prices to increase. We don't think there's going to be any change really with the minor suppliers. They're there, some of them produce some very good products, but they're just too small to affect the global picture. And the industries basically in Brazil and in Florida and in Europe, they might find the raw material supply tight. And we do think there's still going to be a move towards NFC lemon juice. And Argentina really should consider it because it would benefit them. And essential oil production, as we say, may fall slightly and prices rise. And that basically is it. Thank you for your attendance. If you want to get in touch, you'll find my contact details are on the first slide.
Great, thank you, Neil. An excellent presentation there, and well, even more figures. And I think, well, I don't know about you, but I certainly need a little breather after all that information. We're going to take a break now for 15 minutes and be back in 15 minutes where we're going to be talking about our second session, the quest for quality and how we make supply more sustainable, with 4 excellent speakers and time for a Q&A after it. So join us back in 15 minutes.
At AgroFresh, by advancing the future of freshness with a full range of solutions and integrating them throughout the value chain to optimize produce quality like never before, we revolutionized the apple industry and now bring exciting gains to many other fruits and vegetables. Our team includes service pros, technologists, marketers, and some scientists and post-harvest physiologists to introduce Smarter Freshness. For growers, Smarter Freshness will help ensure the fruit reaches its optimal maturity for harvest. For packers and distributors, it means smarter ways to add certainty, boost capacity, and improve customer packout. And for retailers, our integrated solutions will help ensure the freshest, most delectable produce on the shelves for a consumer experience that keeps them coming back. At AgroFresh, the future of produce freshness is being created every day.
Well, here's another video of mine talking about myself. Yes, I admit that I'm a bit of a lemon-centric, but how could I not if I'm a world leader in fresh exports? And I meet the most demanding standards in the world regarding the environment and sustainability. If you think about it, it's unbelievable.
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Hello, lemonensers of the world. I bet you don't know who meets all the quality and traceability standards of the European production model. Can I give you a hint? It's yellow. It's very good. It has a deep and seductive voice.
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Did you know that vitamin C contributes to the normal functioning of the immune system and to the protection of cells against oxidative damage? And do you know who has a high content of vitamin C that contributes to the normal functioning of the immune system and the protection of cells against oxidative damage?
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Everyone's talking about it, but do you really know what the Lemon Age is? Don't worry, that's why I'm here to tell you. The Lemon Age is an era that doesn't understand age, but understands attitude. An era in which taking care of yourself is a must. And to do it, nothing like lemons from Europe, world leader of fresh lemon export. Welcome to the era of vitamin C, to the era of flavor, of freshness, of creativity. Welcome to the Lemon Age with lemons from Europe.
Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Citricos La Paz, we pour all our passion into tending our lemons with the care and attention they truly deserve to bring them to to every home around the world. Citricos La Paz, always by your side.
Easy to work with, and giving the customer what they want, really. They've not only met our expectations but have risen above that.
Wonderful Citrus began as a few small orange groves in California's Central Valley. Over the years, the company blossomed and we started growing all kinds of citrus. Mandarins, red grapefruit, oranges, lemons, and limes. Soon, we were offering the sweetest, freshest, most delicious citrus around, and we became something so much sweeter. The world's one-stop citrus shop. The magic starts in our groves, where sunshine-filled days and rich, fertile soil work together to provide ideal growing conditions. With over 50,000 acres throughout California's San Joaquin Valley and Ventura County, South Texas, and Mexico, you can imagine we keep ourselves pretty busy. As the largest vertically integrated citrus company in the world, our fruit finds its place in the produce section year-round, season to season. Because we're Wonderful Citrus, and we're your one-stop citrus shop.
Hi, my name is Laura Martin, and I'm in charge of subscriptions at Fruitnet. I want to tell you about Fruitnet's new digital magazines. They are free to download, and they offer a range of news, interviews, and industry analysis. You can access them online to read them live or download them to read them later. They work on your smartphone, your tablet, and your computer. If you subscribe already, just go to the App Store, Google Play, or desktop to download the app. If you want to become a subscriber, please get in touch. Email me on subscriptions@fruitnet.com. In the meantime, this is a short video that explains how the app works. It's really easy. So give it a try and happy reading!
Eurofruit, Europe's leading magazine for the fresh produce business, is now available to read on your smartphone and tablet thanks to its brilliant new app. Free to download, it offers a wealth of news, interviews, and industry analysis that you can access online or download to read later. You can easily scroll down and swipe between articles, or simply search the index for the content that interests you the most. Plus, you can access all the latest news from our international team of reporters. So, if you're a Eurofruit subscriber, you can already access all of the app's content. Just grab the app from the App Store or Google Play and log in. If you are not yet a subscriber, get in touch with our subscription team for more information. Don't wait any longer for the freshest coverage in the business.
Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your short break here at the first ever Global Citrus Congress. And we're going to be starting in a small moment our second session called Citrus Assets, as you've just seen, where we look about the quest for quality and the role that we're all doing in making supply more sustainable. Just to remind you, of course, that you can ask questions, you can comment at slido.com. There's the address again. Just go onto your mobile phone or your laptop, type in slido.com, enter the code GCC Live, and you'll find there, it's very, very simple, a way in which you can put questions and also take part in the 3 polls that we have. So do so. We'd love to hear from you. We've had a few questions already, some quite sharp ones, I have to say, which I'll be bringing up with my panel in a moment when we come to the Q&A, and also later on during the various discussions we've got during the course of this event. But for this now, for the next hour or so, we're going to be looking, as I said, about citrus assets and this issue about sustainability and what is sustainability and what do we mean by sustainability and where actually might sustainability go. We've got 4 great speakers for you, and then we'll have time for a discussion with me and some of those questions that you'll be asking, on Slido, which our panel will be answering. So I'd like first to welcome Naomi Pendleton. Naomi is the Group Sustainability Director at AmFresh, one of the biggest citrus businesses, well, certainly in Europe and if not the rest of the world, actually. And we're delighted to have Naomi joining us today here live to talk to us about, well, how AmFresh sees this whole issue of sustainability. Naomi, over to you.
Hello, thanks Chris for the warm welcome, and hello to everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, I think for some people. So I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about our citrus, about our AmFresh Group sustainability strategy. I'll focus on the citrus related parts of it today. And as you're aware, innovation and sustainability have been core to our brand identity and growth plans now, and more than ever, it's the right times for us to be trying to build back better and have that philosophy across our global footprint. Before I go through our strategy, I just want to talk to you today a little bit about the global context of why we have created a group strategy rather than have a siloed business unit approach. And I'm going to talk really a little bit about how climate change has really become mainstream. Last September, 7.6 million people around the world marched about climate change. It was the biggest demonstration of its kind for some time. And sustainability issues are really breaking into public consciousness now. 2/3 of people are wanting to talk about have a responsibility to purchase products that are good for the environment and for society. And people are looking for businesses to lead that change. 76% of people say that CEOs should be taking the lead on change rather than waiting for governments who have been quite slow to impose it. And that's been up 11% from last year's view. So upholding human rights is also a baseline expectation. I'm sure all of us in citrus industry are very conscious about our retailer demands, and beyond being the right thing to do, poor performance on human rights can also represent financial, legal, reputational and stakeholder relation risks for the business. And also the reporting requirements are increasing rapidly. There's actually been a 10-fold increase in reporting requirements in the last 25 years. And then our retailer customer priorities and expectations are also growing. For AmFresh Group, 87% of our total group customers publicly outline sustainability commitments and requirements, and those that haven't yet are definitely playing catch up. And many are aligned to the SDGs, but many also have a very mixed approach, but they're always, the core focus is on the environment, on sustainable agriculture, human rights and supporting communities. So our AmFresh sustainability goals, it's a very encompassing, all-encompassing approach to addressing our key impact areas. And we want to reduce our environmental impact, we want to respect and empower people, and we want to enhance health and well-being. And that forms the 3 pillars of our strategy. So today I'm going to focus largely on the environmental part. I think it's the bit that everybody in the audience is most interested in. And rapid population growth is increasing the demand for food and natural resources. And it presents both an immense pressure, but also a really fantastic opportunity for AmFresh Group. So to meet this increased demand, it's predicted that we'll need at least 60% more food, using 50% more energy and 40% more water. So our agriculture plan covers 4 key areas: biodiversity and soil health, fertiliser reduction, water stewardship, and sustainable sourcing. So on biodiversity and soil health, obviously it's very important to provide the correct habitat for pollinators and natural pest predators that are vital for agricultural production. And protecting and enhancing soil health is essential for us to meet the growing demand for our food production. And as well, the ability for, especially for us with perennial tree crops, for sequestration of carbon. So our goals are to enhance biodiversity and soil health across all our growing regions. And in order to be able to do that, we've been working with the Cool Farm Alliance to build a specific Mediterranean semi-arid biome biodiversity tool. It's actually going to be launched and it's free at point of use for all growers within the next couple of weeks. And so we'll be able to target, measure and act on all these areas in our sustainable agriculture plan. What we aim to do is take a landscape approach to all of our farming areas by growing region or by watershed, and then set some science-based targets using that data analysis. We want to create models of best practice and then use those to inform and guide growers on biodiversity. And we're taking a similar action for fertiliser reduction as well. Back in 2010, we measured our full life cycle analysis for a number of citrus products, and 85% of the carbon footprint for a piece of citrus actually sits within the farm for fertiliser use. So it's obviously really, really important that we look to become much more efficient in terms of our fertiliser use and our absolute emissions caused by overuse in fertiliser. The next section is water. So all of our citrus products, and I think in fact most fresh produce products around the world, are grown in water scarce regions. We want lots of great sunshine, but also with that comes availability of water issues. So sustainable and equitable water is really, really important for us, and we're committed to responsible use and trying to reduce our absolute use on farms in regions where water is most scarce. So again, we built a tool back in 2016, so we're in our 3rd year of use since we launched it. And we're currently working with over 250 growers in Spain, South Africa and Peru to measure our water use, to look at its efficiency and to benchmark, which is really useful. And again, to follow the same premise as the other projects, to create best practice models. Then next on to sustainable sourcing. Obviously the whole integration of the environmental piece, but also social and ethical performance must be really important and a basic requirement for us to select suppliers. Working with suppliers to improve sustainability performance will help to build strong long-term supply chain relationships. And then food waste. I think lots of people have been hearing about food waste. We've been working in this area for quite a number of years now. 1/3 of all food produced for human consumption is waste or lost from the farm to the shelf. That causes quite a lot of carbon emissions unnecessarily. And it poses a great way for us to have some cost savings as well. So we've signed up to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 12.3 to halve our food waste by 2030, to measure food waste across the group by 2020, at the end of this year, to halve our waste and to be zero food waste in our UK operations by 2025. And then packaging, sorry, just doing my slides. Packaging also is something that we can't really get away from. For most of us, packaging is a key element and part of our sales strategies. However, we do have a lot of waste packaging that ends up in the environment, and it's a significant problem. So we want to take action to eliminate problematic and unnecessary packaging wherever we can, whether it's primary or secondary packaging, take action to move away from single use where it's possible, and make sure that 100% of our packaging is recyclable or compostable by 2025. And on climate change, which is a significant threat, and I think most of us have already seen the effects of it in the last few seasons with heavy rainfall and diverse weather patterns, we're working to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from our own manufacturing operations. It's a really, really big causal factor to climate change. And one of the main things that we're focusing on is moving towards renewable energy. We're going to look at sourcing all of our energy renewably off the grid by the end of this year in the UK, but globally by 2030, and achieve carbon neutrality status globally by 2030. We want to try and reduce energy consumption in our facilities 5% year on year by 2030, and we're already making really good progress in this area. So efficient operations are obviously key, and as part of the sustainability function, we're doing a lot of work working with site facilities managers looking at efficiencies, whether that be reducing the water used in the pack house or reducing greenhouse gases from transport, from refrigeration, and also reducing our operational waste, making sure that we're zero to landfill, that everything's recycled or goes into a circular economy. So that is the end of our presentation on the reducing our environmental impact. Obviously, we've got two other pillars on respecting and empowering people. That includes things like human rights risks, fairness in the workplace, gender equality, working with local communities, and enhancing health and well-being. So I am conscious that I haven't got any more time to spend with you today, but you can look at the website there, and I think these slides are available to you later. And you can see our whole sustainability strategy in a lot more detail at that point. Back over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Naomi. That's excellent. Well, apologies. There is never enough time in these things to discuss every single thing that we would like to in the short time that's allocated to us. But it's clear, well, you're doing a huge amount of work in this area, and it's one, I guess, that many businesses in the citrus sector are looking at and paying much more attention to. We'll hear from John Chamberlain from Limonera after a couple of speakers' time, and I know that they're doing a lot over there in the US. But first, I'd like to kind of drill down onto a couple of subjects and to look at this more specifically on the issue of water management, which is something you mentioned, Naomi, and is close to all of us, of course. And now turn to Mustafa Zamzani of Domaine Agricole, one of the largest, if not the largest, grower of fresh citrus in Morocco. Let's hear what Mustafa has to say about this particular subject.
Hi, I'm glad to share with you this presentation about beneficial insects used for IPM, a must for citrus production sustainability. This program is carried out by Le Domaine Agricole, a leading group established since 1960. Their citrus business unit is fully integrated with its own dedicated R&D unit, own nurseries of certified plants, numerous varieties and production sites, modern packing houses, and skilled market sales force. Farms of Le Domaine Agricole are glyphosate-free since 2016. Citrus IPM faces numerous challenging pests in Morocco. There are widespread pests with significant economic impact, like armored scales, leaf miner, mites, mealybugs, Australian cottony scale, Mediterranean fruit fly. Other pests of sporadic concern include aphids, white garden snail, white flies, and thrips. There are three important facts about controlling pests using beneficial insects. I would like to stress them out, and the first one is that there are numerous beneficial insects present naturally. They need to be sustained in the orchard to fulfill their role. Some beneficials need to be introduced from abroad and sustained to adapt to the local environment. Once they get established, they keep working for you permanently. Some other beneficials need massive rearing in a specialized insectarium to be released in large numbers each time that the target pest population is arising. The first example I talked about is the example of Stetorис, which is used against mites. Stetoris is native to Morocco and it can be collected in large numbers from ornamental hibiscus in winter time. It can be sent then to citrus orchards and released just at the beginning of the rise of population of mites. Another complementary tactic is to plant banker plants along the borders of the citrus plots, such as castor plant, Ricinus communis, whose pollen is very nourishing to a number of beneficial insects that can help reduce the population of pests. Another example is the black nightshade, Solanum nigrum, who can sustain a huge population of mites which are not harmful to citrus, but a number of beneficials can live on it and they migrate as their population grows. They migrate on citrus to control the pests. This approach can also be of help to control aphids, thrips, and whiteflies. An example where you need to introduce a beneficial insect and help it to get established in your environment. This is the case that we use against Phyllochnistis citrella, for which we have introduced 3 beneficial insects. First one was Aginiaspis citricola, second one Sumielacar petiolatus, and third one is Citrosticus phyllochnistoides. The 2 former ones did not perform very well under Moroccan conditions. However, Citrosticus phyllochnistoides was able to get adapted to the environment of different citrus areas of Morocco. Second example is where you need to do a massive rearing of a beneficial insect and release it, and I will talk about 3 examples of this. The first one concerns Aphytis millinus, which is used to control the California red scale Aunidiella aurontii. I outlined the protocol of massive multiplication of Aphytis, and I will not go through the details of it because we don't have time. But once you achieve production of a large population of Aphytis, you condition it, as I am showing here, in plastic boxes that can either be stocked for a couple of weeks or sent right away to the field for release. If sent to the field, you have to make sure that you have receptive red scale stages in the field so that Aphytis can start working right away. And once you make the release, no chemical treatment is permitted in the plot. Second massive rearing concerns Cryptolimus, which is used against mealybugs, especially Planococcus citri. Again, the protocol of multiplication is outlined, and once you achieve large numbers of Cryptolimus, then you make the conditioning as we described already. And one thing that you should know about Cryptolimus is you can release both adults and larvae are much helpful because they are voracious and they can clean up heavily infested trees in a short time. To be efficient, you have to watch for ants because they interfere with the beneficial insects as they protect mealybugs that feed them with honeydew. A third beneficial insect which works in combination with Cryptolimus is Leptomastix. Leptomastix has small individuals which can sneak into small cracks and reach hiding larvae that overwinter. The third example is the example of Rhodolia cardinalis, which is multiplied in a similar way like Cryptolimus, except that you start in the greenhouse. It multiplies only on its host, Eiseria purchasei, or the cottony cushion scale coming from Australia. you have to have massive quantities of the caution scale to be able to multiply Rhodolia. But when you achieve that, it's really great as a helper to get rid of in the infested orchards, to get rid of the cottony scale. Again, you have to watch for ants because they interfere with it. Other pests of concern in Morocco, and Ceratitis capitata, or the fruit fly, is one of them. We have a national program underway for the implementation of sterile insect technique. Hopefully that it will come into production soon. The garden snail, for the farms in areas with snail risk, programs of tilling to manage both weeds and snails are carried out. For the aphids, our technicians are trained to maintain banker plants, preserve and move beneficial insect species like Aphidius, lacewing, and syrphids, where we have starting populations of the pests. Whiteflies and thrips, no biological program yet for these emerging pests, but we rely on permanent orchard monitoring to enable quick location of initial foci and apply a chemical treatment on a limited spot before pest populations build up. My concluding remarks about the success of an IPM program is that it requires mobilization of well-trained and fully dedicated teams of technicians, complete support and recognition from the upper management, intensive monitoring and prompt action without unnecessary delays, and communication and information sharing with neighboring farms for concerted regional action. Remember, perceptible benefits of IPM need time to show up. However, outcomes on the long run are rewarded.
Thank you, Mustafa. Mustafa is a technical consultant to Les Domaines Agricoles, and we could see that very clearly in his very detailed presentation about IPM. The thing that always occurs to me, and it's something I'd like to bring up with my panel after the next two presentations we have, is how do we translate all of this kind of information to the consumer? Naomi mentioned that millions have been marching for climate change, and evidently the citrus industry is doing an awful lot. How do we tell the consumer this? But let's hear, let's take that question perhaps, or as a subject for discussion when we come to our discussion after the next two presentations. And we'll now hear from Jose Luis Molina, who is the boss of Hispatec, to talk to us about technology and the impact that technology can have in this whole area of sustainability. Jose Luis, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are based, to attend to this interesting event of Global Citrus Congress. My name is Jose Luis Molina, and I'm the chairman and CEO of Hispatec Group. And in the next minutes, I'm going to talk to you about digital technology for a better fruit supply and quality. First of all, just to explain briefly, what do we do in our company? So our mission is creating and supplying the best digital solutions with a focus in the farm to market space, covering all the processes for companies and their agronomists and farmers working in the same ecosystem in the specialty crops segment, obviously including the citrus segment. We've been in the market for more than 30 years. We are more than 150 professionals, so mainly mathematicians, agronomists, computer science, telecommunications engineers or industrial engineers or economics degrees. We work as of today for more than 500 companies or cooperatives and their ecosystems of farmers and agronomists, mainly in Iberia, Spain and Portugal, and in some countries in Latin America, like Peru, Mexico, Chile, but as well in places like Brazil, like Morocco, like South Africa, or like Colombia. we are facing a good number of societal challenges, and then we have a good number of quality requirements that, with using digitalization and digital tools, we are capable to face in a much more solid way than up to this moment. Basically, we are facing right now the farm to fork strategy in the case of the European Union that is affecting to all the production happening in the European Union, but probably will affect as well to the imports from some other areas. We are facing, or we need to target the Sustainable Development Goals that were fixed in the year 2015, and those 17 Sustainable Development Goals are impacting to all of us in our production, transformation and commercialization activities. And we have very demanding, I would say, quality standards like BRC, Global Gap, Organic, IFS, or some others that more and more are becoming demanding and are becoming ambitious. And we are facing as well higher demand from the consumer side of higher quality, more information, more accuracy on whatever kind of attributes that are linked to the product. From the point of view of the processes that are very important to cover and targeting in the farm production, transformation, distribution. So we are covering in our company field production processes like preparing land, planting, field tasks, or plant health, nutrition, or irrigation, harvesting, whatever. We are targeting and we are working as well intensively in transformation processes. So in the post-harvest space, basically in product reception, weighing, sorting, storage, quality, packing, or in the area of commercialization processes, where most of our customers are working with sales programs, selling to big distribution or retail chains, in the trading area, in the ripening area, in logistics, in storage, in economics, so obviously controlling and measuring cost all over the chain. In all of those processes, traceability, quality, and food safety are absolutely key. And not only from the point of view of operational processes, but as well from the point of view of decisional and operational, tactical, and strategic decisions. So we need to take a good number of decisions all over the chain, all over the process, in terms of choosing which is our mix of varieties, what kind of field operations do we have to do, when, how, when, where, so, and how many resources should we devote to those goals, and what kind of, how much kilograms, quality, when will we produce. Then in the transformation area, so we are answering questions like how many kilograms are we receiving, what kind of varieties, quality, how much and when packing, how many resources will be required, and obviously, probably the most important part in the fruit sector. So where, when, and to whom selling, under which conditions and which price, how to distribute. So we need to be answering continuously questions related with environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability, that are the three bases that are maintaining our businesses, our activity in the best way. Talking about the full support, the full process support in both in pre and post harvest. So the kind of things that we do are related with satellite or drone images processing, with sensors data capture, with images capture and processing in the field, capturing data as well with apps from the machinery, or capturing data or sending instructions to irrigation machines or to the machinery moving through the field. Then as well in the warehouse part, so we are managing videos, pictures, just to recognize people, just to improve the quality control of fruits, just to measure the weight of every single box that is being managed in the warehouse. Well, quite a lot of areas where we need touch points to control the full process. Regarding analytics value proposition, we are working both in descriptive analytics, so what's happening, in diagnostic analytics, so why is happening, in the predictive analytics, so what will happen, and then I would say the higher maturity level linked to prescriptive analytics, so which will be the best option, the best action next. In the pre-harvest operational intelligence, I'm going to show just some examples, very basic examples on the crop monitoring space, harvest calendar, resource optimization, or farm-to-market profitability analysis, so as a whole cycle, where we can see a good number of KPIs and variables that have to be monitored all over the process of the pre-harvest process. In the tactical planning, decisional intelligence, so I'm going to show as well some examples of screens of the kind of things that we can do in the crop monitoring space using IoT, climate, satellite, or drones, in the yield and quality predictions, or choosing the optimal date for pruning or for harvesting, in the short-term forecasts, talking about 2 to 10, 12 weeks ahead, or in the long-term forecast for the full campaign, what is quite relevant and quite important, especially in the citrus space. Obviously, in all of these cases, using artificial intelligence and machine learning models. In the space of monitoring and benchmarking of farms and plots, that's one of our preferred tools and methodologies that is using the benchmarking as an improvement method. We are measuring the resource utilization, so machinery, water, pesticides, or warehouse square meters. We're measuring as well the profitability analysis as a full cycle, so from the field and up to the consumer, using the benchmarking, so which are the best plots, the best teams, the best areas, the best varieties, and then identifying all over the process the key variables for the different processes and define of that agribusiness. In the area of demand and offer alignment, that's probably one of the key points in the agribusiness. So we are working heavily in trying to align, to predict what's going to happen, and to make it happen in such a way that we are market focused. In the Eco2, farm to market efficiency, so economic and ecologic market efficiency, we believe there's a huge area for improvement, and we are heavily working in that area. But most of the areas where it's economically profitable, in the same time is ecologically profitable. So we should go deeper in that area, and we are working in many cases for many companies all around the world to help them in those two areas. And as a last point, so I will talk about market intelligence. So it's very important to know where do we sell, what kind of products do we sell, which quality, in which calendar ranges, and basically orienting our production and commercialization efforts looking to the market. Well, as a final summary, so I would say that agrointeligencia, that's our leitmotif, is a very promising and sustainable future that will help us and is helping us, all of us, to align offer and demand, to improve traceability and food safety. I'm talking about very rich traceability and food safety, allowing us to send many data to the consumer, to be really transparent, and to have a really good full control of the process. We want to obtain more and better fruits, and this is feasible. The digitalization and analytical intelligence help us in that area. Then improving operational efficiency and productivity, that's something that's a must all over the process. Supply chain integration, that's another important goal. Sustainability and resource efficiency, and at the end of the day, something very important for all kind of companies and organizations focused on the fruits area, that is data-driven culture. So taking decisions based on data and analytics. That's something that for us is key in our activity, and we want to help many companies and organizations to go deeper in that data-driven culture. And thank you very much. And I'm at your disposal for any kind of question or interaction. Thank you.
José Luis, thank you very much for that very illuminating talk on the advantages and the opportunities that technology offer. Let's go now very quickly to our final presentation, because I want to leave some time for discussion. We're running a little bit late today, and hear from all the way from California, from John Chamberlain at Limoneira. John.
Hi, my name is John Chamberlain. I'm the Vice President of Marketing for Limoneira Company. I'm here in California, and we are very pleased to participate in the World Citrus Congress, and thanks to Chris White for inviting us. Chris was out here last year in Southern California at our ranch, where we had a sustainability summit, and we learned about different sustainability practices, not only from Limoneira, but from many other cutting-edge companies in Ventura County in Southern California. So thank you very much. I'm going to share a very short presentation about Limoneira's sustainability initiatives. First, we classify our sustainability practices into three different areas: resources, nature, and people. Resources are all of the different agriculture inputs that we use more of or less of. Nature is how they interact, and then people is how we impact people from a sustainability standpoint too. So it could be workforce housing, it could be our community, our harvest teams, and educational programs that we do for the community. I wanted to talk briefly about our new orchard fuel stations. So Limoneira, back in 1917, was one of the companies that first began integrated pest management programs. So we bred insects that could combat predators, invasive predators that were hurting our crops, and we could do this biologically. Now we have our orchard fuel stations. They're stations that are composed of a floral mix that act as fuel for natural enemies by providing them with sugars. These stations create biological corridors for natural enemies to travel further into the interiors of our orchards. This gives us more biological control of pests from a sustainability approach and helps to contribute to our overall sustainable agricultural practices. Fuel stations are planted every 10 trees, and every 5 rows there's another set of fuel stations. This is a short video by our Vice President of Farming Operations, Edgar Gutierrez. It's a very windy day, so it may be a little hard to hear, but let's try.
Good morning. My name is Edgar Gutierrez. I'm the Vice President of Farming Operations for Limoneira Company. And today I wanted to share with you some of the initiatives we're taking towards a more sustainable approach on our practices. So right over here, I wanted to show you, this is a floral mix that it serves as a fuel station because it provides sugar for natural enemies. As we all know, with the monoculture types of systems in agriculture, the interaction of pests and its biological control has decreased immensely. So by taking this approach, what we want to do is to create
a biological corridor inside of our orchards so that natural enemies can occur and can travel farther in. Most of the time, biological control occurs on the edges of the orchard because they have more access to other sugar sources. But as you go inside the plantation, we see a decrease in in the interactions between biological control and pests. So by creating this fuel stations, what we want to do is to incentive the movement of these parasitisms or these biological control agents inside of our plantation. So what we have done here is every 10 trees we have planted one of these settings, and then every 5 rows we have also planted another row. So as you can see here, every 10 trees we have one of these fuel stations, and as we move inside the plantation, we have every 5 rows another set of fuel stations. We believe that the interaction of pests and biological control is essential in the future for a more sustainable approach. Therefore, we believe in this, and we want to take this approach in our plantations, especially in our new plantations, as a way of contributing to a more sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
So hopefully you were able to hear that. I know it was very windy. I'd like to talk now about a few other initiatives that we've got from a sustainability standpoint. We use a lot of solar. We have 7 solar installations across the company that produce 7 million kilowatts annually, and over a 25-year period will reduce carbon or CO2 by 86,000 tons. And this enables us to be 50% off the grid. We have a Tesla battery project so that we can store energy to deploy it in peak times to help reduce the strain on the grid and reduce our energy costs or electrical energy costs, so it acts as kind of an arbitrage system. We use drones to monitor our tree health. We have water probes. Water is a huge issue, not only in California, but it's becoming more of an issue throughout the world. So we really want to use the water as efficiently as we can. So we have these deep water probes, goes exactly to the root system that needs the water. We have a new wastewater treatment system, uses patented technology. It's a low carbon footprint project, has a series of gravity-fed ponds that circulate and clean 30 million gallons of water annually with natural vegetation, local plants, and fine gravels. UV rays remove any bacteria in the water to achieve California Title 22 drinking standards. We're currently using it to irrigate orchards. We have a 10-acre facility on Limonera that receives 200 tons a day of organic green waste. It would otherwise go to landfills, and as we all know, there's a lot of CO2 that is emitted from the landfills, and that has a big impact on the ozone layer. The end product that's produced at this facility helps us and other growers to significantly reduce the use of water, herbicides, and fertilizers. We also are developing a 26-acre biogenic energy park that converts different waste streams, so food waste, paper and packaging waste, and green waste into energy or into commercial products. We were one of the first employers in California to offer, agricultural employers in California to offer low-cost housing to farm workers. It's very expensive in California. The lemons and the citrus don't pick themselves. And so these homes help our employees. It's a great benefit that they enjoy. The next project on our sustainable journey is measuring our carbon footprint. we've already begun to employ different ways of harvesting and growing. So, a lemon tree typically has about 75 years of active life, and then over time produces less fruit. So as the older trees become less productive, they're removed, new trees are planted, they're planted more densely, so we get greater yield out of less land. With respect to our carbon footprint, we have 14,000 acres of land in California and also at our ranches in Chile and Argentina. And we have approximately 2 million trees from this acreage that collectively sequester approximately 48 million pounds or 24,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually, and we will be measuring this. So that's it. Very short recap. Just also, I should have let you know at the very beginning, Limoneira is a very large agricultural producer. We sell lemons and citrus around the world to food service companies and to grocers. Thank you very much for letting me have here. Good luck with the Congress. It's a great initiative, and we appreciate it. And we really appreciate Chris White and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You are a kind man. Thank you very much indeed. So we've now got some time for some discussion, which I'm very pleased because it's a very interesting subject. And I have to say, as somebody who's not a technical person, it's a highly technical subject, which I know all of you guys out there, the 1,200 of you who are in the citrus industry, it's meat and drink to you, but it's something that I'd like to actually start talking a little bit about the consumer and the market and the impact that some of these issues, these wonderful things that you're doing is having, and how you translate that to me, the consumer. And we've heard that it's clearly a global, this sustainability issue is a global thing. We've heard that in all variations of wonderfully spoken English, whether it was the English accent of my country or the English spoken in North Africa or continental Europe, or as we've just heard, the United States of America. And I'd like to bring in my panel now. All of you are there. I can see you, Naomi, Mustafa, Jose Luis, and John over there early morning in California. And to kind of, as I said, to bring this a little bit kind of to the consumer, if we could, or to the market. Naomi, you started out, I think it was your first slide of your really interesting presentation, talking about climate change and the way in which consumers across the world are marching literally to protest about this thing. And I suspect that many of them, when they go into their local supermarket, look at our products, at fruits and vegetables, and say, these are the culprits, these are the ones that are causing climate change. And yet it's clear they don't look at the meat sector, they don't necessarily think of cereals, and yet I think all the studies show that they're actually the chief culprits when it comes to issues to do with climate change. And how do we get these messages over about the fantastic work that you guys are doing, and I suspect every company worth their salt in the business nowadays, to consumers? It's a highly complex subject, and yet everybody kind of wants to be reassured that the products they buy are not leading to damaging the planet. Naomi?
Yeah, I think it's a really complex question and something that our retail customers have struggled with for quite a long while now. It's difficult for retailers, if we're packing own label product, to make statements about their environmental impact, because as soon as they do one thing, there'll be somebody that criticizes them for something else, and it's a rather uncomfortable place for them to be in. And alongside their desire to reduce packaging, obviously there's a lot less space now to put any type of story on pack. So it is difficult. We are looking at a few areas and ideas now. We're lucky that we have 3 of our own brands within the group, and we are going to try putting some good news stories, either through a QR code or something linking to a website where we can educate the customer, or put a very simple product logo on a pack, for example, bee friendly. I think it is a complex area, understanding climate change science, but consumers understand if it's bee friendly, then that sounds like the grower's doing something good. So it's about trying to find the really key, simple messages that you can put on pack.
It's funny. It's something actually I discussed in my podcast Fruitbox just a couple of weeks ago with a friend of mine, Mike Port, who runs a banana company in Germany, and they've got a brand called Be Climate. And there it's all about showing to consumers that by buying bananas, you can actually be contributing to the reduction or the reverse of, or the slowing down, should we say, of climate change. John, if I could come to you, these issues about, how you translate all the fantastic work you're doing at Limonera in your orchards to the consumer, is that something that you as the director of marketing think about, or is it just not on your radar?
Oh, no, it's hugely important. And I think that, consumers, they're overwhelmed. They get a lot of data. There's also, with the COVID-19 situation going on, they're not only interested in being healthy and using produce in a healthy way, but also where's their food coming from. And everybody spoke, I think several of the speakers talked about food waste. So these issues are key. We have a program going on now throughout the United States where we're trying to partner with different people in the social media sphere. So we have influencers in all of these cities. This program is going to run throughout the United States through June in different cities with all the major retailers involved, and talking about sustainability, food waste, health initiatives, and trying to partner with people and take advantage of the trends. Almost everybody now is living on their phones. And they're also really employing video. And so you're trying to communicate with these very, very overtaxed, stressed shoppers that have limited time, and trying to make it as easy as possible for them to do what they want to do, which is to try to be sustainable.
Don't go, John, because one of the things the other question that always bugs me is this issue about all this wonderful work that you guys do. It costs money. It's an expensive business, and yet when I, as a shopper, go into the supermarket, I find that actually the citrus I buy has really never been cheaper. And I always scratch my head and think, how do they manage to do it? You have a huge amount of cost there, and yet the retail price really doesn't vary. Now, all that work, and I come back to you, John, straight away, that you're doing in the US, does that's still at the same price at point of sale? I mean, it's not that suddenly the prices are going to go higher to deliver a return to you?
Yeah, there's always going to be margin pressure. And, people, of course, our retailers are very concerned about it. Our food service companies are very concerned about it because there's always pressure. And as you know, the world is changing dramatically too. Our retailers are feeling tremendous pressure from, innovative technology like Amazon. And so they've got to be competitive. So these messages and this work is really helping to create a competitive advantage, and also take advantage and tap into what consumers are wanting and asking for. So you're hoping that you're just trying to do things as efficiently as possible. And the world has changed dramatically with social media. All of these guys and women in the Silicon Valley and around the world are creating amazing tools. So you can look like a Fortune 500 company, sitting in your studio apartment in Chelsea, and if you know what you're doing. And so it's about partnering with other people and just being impactful with messaging and being as efficient. So efficiency is driving things too.
Mm-hmm. And Jose Luis, I come to you now because clearly this efficiency issue is a lot to do with the new technologies that you're employing. And so everything in a way is how should I say, is actually going your way, is it not? That the opportunities for companies like yours, you must sit there and think, wow, this is great because people are going to use or going to need our type of technology even more. But is it affordable, and is it going to fit with that margin issue that John has just talked about?
Yeah, so for sure, I think that's a very good question. In fact, one of the key challenges that we have now is generating a new link between consumers and the production side. And with digitalization, with data, not with speech or marketing or whatever, with data, we need to generate a decommoditization of our products. explaining why our products are better than some other products, from the social point of view, from the environmental point of view, from the the sustainability point of view, at all kind of levels. And we are making today quite a lot of efforts. That's fine, in reducing our water footprint, in reducing our CO2 footprint, and so on, so on. But the best that we are delivering to the market is a video or is some news talking about some initiatives about, we're planting some trees or we're planting some flowers in our best plots. That is fine. But why don't we measure that? Why don't we put that into data that are flowing up to the consumer in such a way that we can differentiate our products, and our consumers are more and more sophisticated, and they want more data. They understand what's this thing about CO2 emissions, and they understand what's this thing about depleting water, underground water, and this kind of stuff. So let's explain them what's that, let's give them data, let's do benchmarking. And that's absolutely key. In that case, it's absolutely key using technology. So it's not enough marketing or some, some singular initiatives that are fine, but not enough.
I want to come to Mustafa in a second, but Naomi, if I could just come to you quickly. This question about translating this to the consumer. I think most consumers in most markets, for them, citrus is a product that's traveled from somewhere, unless you live in citrus growing areas, and most of us don't. That focus kind of in the consumer mind, that I want something local, I want something seasonal. Is that a problem, do you think, for citrus, as a marketing problem for citrus, or do you exclude it?
I think those that are savvy and know about sustainability, and perhaps are the more cautious consumers, probably know that actually the distance travelled isn't the biggest part of the footprint. But I actually think, especially in the UK, most consumers don't think about seasonality and they don't understand it. So I don't think it's a barrier to selling citrus. I mean, it's not considered to be a locally grown product like potatoes or cauliflower or carrots or top fruits. Everybody knows that it's grown outside the UK. So I don't think I've come across or heard of that as an obstacle for the citrus industry. I don't know about the others on the panel, but
yeah, we're just coming to a point where, before the Christmas holidays, where actually lots of people eat citrus. It's a big time for clementines. It's a big time for consuming citrus. So there is a kind of understanding of the seasonality. They may not know about the seasons for citrus, but they know the seasons they kind of want to eat citrus. And we heard
definitely a winter product, and what's seen as a winter product.
And we heard earlier one of our questioners was asking about how we could grow sales in the summer. But let me bring in Mustafa Zemzani, who's been sitting there very patiently. Mustafa, you gave a very detailed technical presentation. That's the kind of thing that you do each and every day, which I confess as a layman I found quite confusing, quite difficult to understand. I understand the broad concepts. That question about how you translate some of that wonderful work you're doing in integrated pest management, does that stop at the farm gate, or do you think that there's an opportunity to kind of teach consumers, if you will, that there are good bugs and bad bugs, and we're reducing pesticide usage, and we're being very careful in the orchard? Do you see that as a lost opportunity in our sector? For the first time, I think I have to ask you to unmute yourself, Mustafa. Can you do that? It's going to be the word of 2020. I tell you, it's not COVID. It's unmute yourself. Is the
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, Mustafa. Please.
Okay. Well, I think IPM is certainly a good approach, and consumers need to understand that. This product that comes through this system of production is not only something that the farmer is contributing to. nature also is contributing because beneficial insects help protect those fruits that are less polluted, if I may say that, with pesticides. Maybe the only side that we have to push in the market is bring people to understand that minor cosmetic defects are actually a positive thing on a fruit. And if it comes to me, I prefer a fruit which is not 100% clean because it has some support for natural life. If a pest can harm it a little bit without harming the internal quality, then it should be regarded as something which is better than a fruit which is fully clean without any cosmetic defects at all. I hope you are getting my message through this.
Absolutely.
The other side of it is, of course, we are looking to cut costs while being positive on the environment. And I can share with you some experience that I got within my career in farming, in producing citrus, is when you protect nature with beneficial insects, at least for the California red scale. If you do things properly, then the biological work is being done for at least 5 years. And it's a huge amount of money that you save, and it's a huge benefit that you bring to nature.
Thank you, Mustafa. Well, look, the time, I'm afraid the clock is against us, and it means I didn't get the chance to ask John whether a Tesla car comes with every Tesla battery that you have on your farm.
I think everybody that attends the summit really should get a Tesla automobile as part of the package too. And it's Christmas is coming.
Okay, John. Thank you. I think I can hear applause from 1,200 delegates. None of the Germans, of course, are applauding because they have a motor car industry that relies on us buying their wonderful cars as well. But anyway.
Aber wir lieben Deutschland auch. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Absolutely. Okay, well, listen, thank you so much, all four of you, for taking part in this very interesting session. We are recording all of this, of course. And so for those of you who would like to look back at any of the presentations that have been made now, and in our previous sessions and on the next session, you can relive this whole conference soon enough. I think it'll be online very, very shortly after the event. But thank you, Naomi, Mustafa, Jose Luis, and John for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right, we now turn to, we've got a short break of 15 minutes, I think, and then let me just check on my running order. Yes, for about 15 minutes, and you'll join us then in 15 minutes time, so let's say quarter to the hour, to discuss the issues to do with marketing, which is, fundamental to all of us. We'll hear from John McGuigan of the Haas Avocado Board. I've done an interview then with Stefan Weist of one of Germany's largest retailers, Rewe, and then we'll speak with a panel about some of the implications for us in the citrus industry of the things we've been discussing so far. So join us back in about 15 minutes. Look forward to seeing you.
At AgroFresh, by advancing the future of freshness with a full range of solutions and integrating them throughout the value chain to optimize produce quality like never before, we revolutionized the apple industry and now bring exciting gains to many other fruits and vegetables. Our team includes service pros, technologists, marketers, and some scientists and post-harvest physiologists to introduce Smarter Freshness. For growers, Smarter Freshness will help ensure the fruit reaches its optimal maturity for harvest. For packers and distributors, it means smarter ways to add certainty, boost capacity, and improve customer packout. And for retailers, our integrated solutions will help ensure the freshest, most delectable produce on the shelves for a consumer experience that keeps them coming back. At AgroFresh, the future of produce freshness is being created every day.
Well, here's another video of mine talking about myself. Yes, I admit that I'm a bit of a lemon-centric, but how could I not if I'm a world leader in fresh exports? And I meet the most demanding standards in the world regarding the environment and sustainability. If you think about it, it's unbelievable.
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Hello, lemonensers of the world. I bet you don't know who meets all the quality and traceability standards of the European production model. Can I give you a hint? It's yellow. It's very good. It has a deep and seductive voice.
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Did you know that vitamin C contributes to the normal functioning of the immune system and to the protection of cells against oxidative damage? And do you know who has a high content of vitamin C that contributes to the normal functioning of the immune system and the protection of cells against oxidative damage?
Welcome to the Lemon Age. Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Everyone's talking about it, but do you really know what the lemon age is? Don't worry, that's why I'm here to tell you. The lemon age is an era that doesn't understand age, but understands attitude. An era in which taking care of yourself is a must. And to do it, nothing like lemons from Europe, world leader of fresh lemon export. Welcome to the era of vitamin C, to the era of flavor, of freshness, of creativity. Welcome to the lemon age with lemons from Europe.
Enjoy, it's from Europe.
Citricos La Paz, we pour all our passion into tending our lemons with the care and attention they truly deserve to bring them to every home around the world. Citricos La Paz, always by your side.
work week and give the customer what they want, really. They've not only met our expectations but have risen above that.
Wonderful Citrus began as a few small orange groves in California's Central Valley. Over the years, the company blossomed and we started growing all kinds of citrus. Mandarins, red grapefruit, oranges, lemons, and limes. Soon, we were offering the sweetest, freshest, most delicious citrus around, and we became something so much sweeter. The world's one-stop citrus shop. The magic starts in our groves, where sunshine-filled days and rich, fertile soil work together to provide ideal growing conditions. With over 50,000 acres throughout California's San Joaquin Valley and Ventura County, South Texas, and Mexico, you can imagine we keep ourselves pretty busy. As the largest vertically integrated citrus company in the world, our fruit finds its place in the produce section year-round, season to season. Because we're Wonderful Citrus, and we're your one-stop citrus shop.
Hi, my name is Laura Martin, and I'm in charge of subscriptions at Fruitnet. I want to tell you about Fruitnet's new digital magazines. They are free to download, and they offer a range of news, interviews, and industry analysis. You can access them online to read them live or download them to read them later. They work on your smartphone, your tablet, and your computer. If you subscribe already, just go to the App Store, Google Play, or desktop to download the app. If you want to become a subscriber, please get in touch. Email me on subscriptions@fruitnet.com. In the meantime, this is a short video that explains how the app works. It's really easy. So give it a try and happy reading!
Eurofruit, Europe's leading magazine for the fresh produce business, is now available to read on your smartphone and tablet thanks to its brilliant new app. Free to download, it offers a wealth of news, interviews, and industry analysis that you can access online or download to read later. You can easily scroll down and swipe between articles, or simply search the index for the content that interests you the most. Plus, you can access all the latest news from our international team of reporters. So, if you're a Eurofruit subscriber, you can already access all of the app's content. Just grab the app from the App Store or Google Play and log in. If you are not yet a subscriber, get in touch with our subscription team for more information. Don't wait any longer for the freshest coverage in the business.
Okay, so welcome back everybody to this, our penultimate session of this inaugural Global Citrus Congress. We're delighted, well, I think it's gone very well so far, and it's, what time is it now? It's 10 to 5 here in London in the evening, not in the morning, and it's whatever time it is, wherever you are in the rest of the world. So we're here for the next, I guess we'll be finishing around 6:45 my time, so another couple of hours. So stick with us. We've got lots of interesting things to talk about in the next period of time, and we're going to be talking now about marketing, which is a crucial issue. And we've talked about it a little bit already in the various things we've been following so far in the conference. And what we're going to look at specifically is this issue about promotion nutrition. It's there on the program title, Promotion and Nutrition: A Match Made in Heaven. How can suppliers and supermarkets stimulate consumption of citrus? And what we're going to do is well, we're gonna play it like this. I've got a panel of three from the citrus business who I'm going to be talking to in a short while about some of the issues that we're going to hear from our first two speakers. We'll hear in a moment from Stefan Weist. I interviewed Stefan the other day. Stefan is in charge in a very senior position in fruits and vegetables at Rewe, one of the biggest supermarket chains in Germany. And he has some very interesting things to say about how we as a sector in citrus can promote ourselves, or we can be better able to promote ourselves to consumers, and what role do supermarkets play there. But first I'd like to go to another industry, the avocado business, which has done a sterling job at growing sales of avocados, and in particular in the United States of America, where they have this wonderful initiative called the Hass Avocado Board, where senior businesses in the avocado industry come together to fund promotions in avocados, to grow sales of avocados. And this is in a country where actually avocado sales are pretty strong. And we'll be speaking in a moment to John McGuigan, their director, about how they've done this. But first we'll hear from John, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about what HAB is doing. Let's listen to what John has to say.
Good morning from California. I'm John McGuigan from the Hass Avocado Board here in the United States. It is a pleasure to be talking to you today about how our efforts for marketing avocados, and specifically about how we create and then how we market the nutritional benefits of avocados, has driven our entire category, and how I, as a former citrus marketer, can see the citrus industry utilizing this very path to promote its own offerings. The story of the avocado in the United States marketplace has become truly one of the most successful stories in produce over the past 2 decades. Not long ago, avocados in the United States were considered an exotic fruit. From 1980 to the year 2000, the U.S. market consumed less than 500 million pounds of fruit per year, or just under 2 pounds per capita per year. The volumes, as you can see in the chart, were relatively flat for nearly 20 years. Few consumers know what the fruit was, and even fewer knew how to consume this exotic delight. In the 90s, the world became more globalized, and free trade agreements allowed for the increased flow of product between partner countries. In the United States, the North American Free Trade Agreement went into effect in 1993. And as you can see from the chart, in the late 90s, imported supply, shown here in the orange bars, began to tick up. During this time, the California industry faced a new reality that with NAFTA in place, trade barriers would soon be come down, and Mexico, the world's largest producer, would be able to ship fruit to the United States. And shortly thereafter, other countries like Peru would follow suit. In other words, they knew that the supply situation in the future could look something like this in the chart. Now, everyone knows that when supply goes up, commodity prices usually go, that's right, down. To mitigate the potential downward pressure on avocado prices as a result of increased supply coming into the market, the domestic industry found a solution in a legal framework that has been implemented by other commodities in the United States in order to promote the consumption of their product. In the year 2000, California producers lobbied, and the U.S. Congress passed legislation that was signed into law by President Clinton. The act is known as the Hass Avocado Promotion, Research, and Information Act of 2000, or HAPRIA. So what is HAPRIA? It is a federal law that authorizes the mandatory collection of 2.5 cents per pound for every Hass avocado sold in the United States market. Unlike a tariff, which is collected on imports and is meant to protect domestic producers by artificially increasing the price of imports, the assessment for Hass avocados under HAPRIA is paid by the industry and used by those that pay the assessment so it can be invested by the industry to increase demand in the marketplace. A producer of avocados in California pays 2.5 cents per pound. Importers in the United States pay 2.5 cents per pound for all imports. Everybody pays, and there are no free riders because it's a federal law and is enforceable. The funds that are collected are used for promotion, research, and information programs in the United States, with the ultimate goal of increasing demand for Hass avocados. The legislation passed by Congress also authorized the creation of the Hass Avocado Board, the organization that administers the program in the United States. The Hass Avocado Board was formally established in 2002. The board has a total of 12 members, 7 domestic producers, and 5 U.S. importers. These members are nominated by the industry and appointed by the Secretary of the United States Department of Agriculture. If you remember this chart, this is what actually happened to the supply in the United States from 1980 to 2017. Let's zoom in to the last 15 years. Hass avocado volume sold in the United States increased from 680 million pounds in 2003 to a projected 2.4 billion pounds for 2018, a nearly 250% growth, and expectations for 2020 are 2.75 billion pounds. To put this in perspective, consumers in the United States this year alone will consume almost 6 billion avocados. Not bad for a once unknown exotic fruit. But then you ask, what about price? Did prices collapse because of a 250% growth in supply? The answer is no. In fact, farm gate prices have actually risen despite the sharp rise in supply. The beauty of this program is that the assessment is tied to volume, so that when volume increases, total funds increase as well, giving the industry more budget to market more supply. When the program was first established in 2002, HAB raised approximately $17 million per year. By 2017, a total of $51.9 million was raised, and the estimated amount of funding for 2018 reached $60 million. In 2020, we should be just under $69 million in revenue assessed. HAB keeps 15% of total assessments and is authorized to distribute 85% of the funds collected to the associations that represent producers and importers of Hass avocados from California, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Colombia. These organizations use the money to promote their country of origin in the U.S. marketplace. HAB invests the 15% of the money it keeps towards achieving the board's 5-year vision, which is to be the catalyst for fresh avocados to be the #1 consumed fruit in the U.S. and for industry stakeholders to be successful. Our vision is bold, and you can say, no way will you ever beat bananas. But the way we see consumption is not just based on volume, but on dollars, meaning we're more concerned with the value we create, not just consumption going up or volume increasing. Now, a big advantage of having a program in place like the Hass Avocado Board is that when you need to be proactive or even reactive due to an issue in the marketplace, you can be, because you have the resources available to invest. Let me give you an example. In the 80s and the 90s, the U.S. media and the government launched an aggressive campaign against dietary fat. For example, Jane Brody, the health columnist for the New York Times, said in an article published in 1980, "Calories derived from dietary fats are more troublesome for our body than calories from any other foodstuff, including alcohol, starches, and sugars," and concluded in that same article, "No matter what the scientists confirm about oils, the most effective way to limit and reverse fatty deposits in arteries is to consume a diet very low in all fats." By 1990, the U.S. government established guidelines that limited dietary fat intake. This was a problem for the industry because avocados have oils, like olives, almonds, and other nuts. For years, avocados were known to be the delicious, versatile fruit that is used in guacamole. But consumers had to be careful because everyone was talking about the importance of eating a low-fat diet. But as we know now, avocados have the good kind of fats, along with vitamins, minerals, fiber, and only 125 calories for half of a medium-sized avocado. What was missing then was the research and the data to prove that avocados were actually healthy and good for you. The only problem is that research is expensive and you need the money to be able to fund it. In 2010, HAB launched and funded the most comprehensive and strategic avocado nutrition research program in the world. HAB's total investment of $18 million since 2010 has funded 36 studies, nearly double all the nutrition research published from 1960 until 2009. Since the inception of the research program, 26 studies have been published in peer-reviewed journals. Our nutrition research strategically focuses on galvanizing results such as cardiovascular health, diabetes, weight management, and healthy living. Research has shown that avocados can play a role in improving many health outcomes, but the most impactful lesson that we've learned is that the avocado consumption reduces the ratio of total cholesterol to HDL, the good cholesterol, in the body, which is the most powerful clinical predictor of cardiovascular disease. This is a far cry from Jane Brody's claims that oils will cause fatty deposits in the arteries. Our investment in research has also earned us the privilege of carrying the American Heart Association Heart-Check certification, which is the single most authoritative recognition of heart-healthy foods in the United States. But doing the research and having the data isn't enough. As the CEO of Whole Foods, John Mackey, recently said, "To increase produce sales, the industry needs to get behind the science of why produce is so healthy, and you need to do a better job of telling that story." In 2013, HAB launched a new strategic nutrition marketing and communications program called Love One Today, which targets health professionals and consumers across the country and strategically communicates the health benefits associated with consuming avocados. Today, avocados are consumed in a variety of ways. People truly have a love affair with avocados, and what the Love One Today program has done is simply given consumers permission to do so by communicating recipes along with nutritional information. Avocados are considered healthy and nutritious by consumers, and that has become the primary reason for consuming them and the primary reason for purchase. Health professionals in the United States are recommending avocados to their patients as a source of healthy nutrition considerably more over the past 5 years, and for a variety of health concerns, including heart health, weight management, overall healthy eating, and diabetes, which is a complete reversal from where we were in the 80s and the 90s. So why the dramatic change? The change in recommendations aligns with the start of research publications from our pipeline and communications efforts through Love One Today. So the nutritional research that we have been funding has changed the narrative and enlightened consumers to the overwhelming health benefits of avocados. Yet, even today, less than half of health professionals do not recommend avocados. So we see a lot of opportunity moving forward. Not only can HAB support nutrition research and promote those findings, but we also support the industry through comprehensive decision support tools, specifically looking at supply and demand data in the marketplace. We openly share information so people know what is going on and how to better choose their opportunities. The information that we produce is well researched and credible, allowing us to be informed about the facts regarding the industry and the marketplace and given to all stakeholders. It's an interesting time for the avocado industry, as our product has become a cultural phenomenon in and of itself. It's talked about, tweeted about, pictured and Instagrammed about, and shared in all kinds of ways. It's romanticized, it's objectified, and it's looked like an overnight success story. But we don't see avocados or their place in society through this lens. We see it as a long-term viable nutritional food with great benefits for the industry and for consumers. We now have a 15-year history that is impressive, but we are more focused on the future than we are on the past. And that is because we believe that the market and the consumer is going to change more in the next 15 years than they have in the past 15 years. We are preparing to overcome the next wave of barriers and pressures that will come as a result of our success, staying ahead and learning along the way while we remain focused on our mission to support the global avocado industry stakeholders in our collective efforts towards market expansion in the United States. We feel that Citrus is quite well positioned to utilize the same kind of program that HAB has established, including investing in nutritional research. You have a healthy food halo already established, so what you will need are these three things. Number one, consistency of investment. No ins and outs based on crop cycles. Number two, strategically driven research. And number three, a communications plan to convey the relevant messaging to health professionals, to customers, and to consumers around the world. We at HAB would be happy to help in any way that we can as you move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you today. We at HAB appreciate it.
And thank you for sharing the information with us. I'm joined now from Los Angeles in California by John McGuigan, who's very kindly joining us early on, on Thursday morning for you, John. Thank you for being with us today.
Great to be here.
Another lovely day, no doubt, in California, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Fascinating what you had to say. And it was, and I know presidential elections and so on, but it was a previous president. You talked about President Clinton, but President Reagan, I remember Ronald Reagan, a fine Californian, said, the most dangerous words in the English language is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. And yet it's government that actually, with the creation of HAPRIA and so on and so forth, that really unlocked this, because it allowed you to collect money. And it's money, is it not, that really is the fundamental driver behind this? You have funds to be able to do all the wonderful things you're doing.
Absolutely, Chris. The law enabled the industry to come together and collect the funds, the investments, the assessments that were able to drive programs that, if it was voluntary, quite frankly, would have probably been out of reach for the industry. So yes, the fact that it's mandatory and that there are no free riders allowed into the system, I think that's one of the lessons learned. If citrus or some other commodity wants to make investments over the course, driving towards nutritional research or messaging about that, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to find a revenue model that's going to be able to fund it where all participants pay a little bit of the price.
Now the other thing that I always hear is that you've evidently had a great success by focusing on this issue about health and nutrition. You showed what this New York Times journalist had said 30 years ago about avocados and other fatty food, shall we say, and you've had to switch that. You've had to really flip that completely and managed to do that very, very successfully. My question was more, we're always told that, stop telling us what to eat because it's healthy. Stop telling us that if you eat this, it'll be good for you. Actually, what you should say, it's fun to eat these products. It's enjoyable. It's part of, a happy and healthy life. This kind of focus on health and nutrition, though, it works, doesn't it? It works, and it's worked for avocados. But do you see that danger that kind of what we call in Britain the nanny state? They come and tell you, hey, John, you should be eating your avocados today because they're good for you.
Well, if an industry is not communicating the attributes of the product, then what's the point? Are we thinking that through osmosis the consumer is going to figure that out? Chris, we track the thought process of what's going on with consumers. We do a tracking study every single year of thousands of consumers of avocados in the United States to really understand what it is that's driving purchase behavior, and even possibly understanding what barriers to purchase are. And over the last 15 years, we've gone from it tastes good and it's really a fun fruit to now the main drivers are it's healthy and it's nutritious. So believe it or not, despite the fact that we may be regarded by some as looking down our nose and being the nanny state in talking about nutrition, the message is resonating. We've gone from 680 million pounds to 2.75 billion pounds, and we haven't had to reduce pricing to do it. So I'll take the volume and the non-reduction of price and being scolded by some as being a nanny any day of the week.
Now you're also very lucky because avocados are kind of enormously versatile. And the thing somebody once described them to me as the chameleon of fruits. They adapt to everything. I was in Mexico a couple of years ago and I find an avocado in my soup. And I thought, I didn't know avocados could go in soup. I can have them, they fit with almost everything. And you're very lucky at the avocado board because you're essentially promoting a single product. And you were with Sunkist for many years, and citrus, we don't have that. I mean, we've got this category of citrus, but we've got oranges, we've got easy peelers, we've got lemons, we've got grapefruit, we've got a whole range of different products. You said, some of the kind of opportunities that the citrus industry has, based on the model that you're looking at. From your citrus background there, do you not see one major difficulty is that we're actually not talking about a single cultivar? We're talking about a range of different products, and inevitably, your orange grower would say, well, actually eat more oranges, and the lemon guy will say, hold on, eat more lemons, and the grapefruit bloke will say, listen, grapefruit, eat more grapefruit. How do you overcome that problem?
Oh, Chris, I never heard those rationales when I was at Sunkist in board meetings over those many years that I was at Sunkist. Absolutely. And sure, we have an advantage of having that monolithic product. I mean, 95% of the avocados consumed in the US are Hass avocados. So yes, we have a whole different profile. But citrus has this healthy food halo over the entire category, whether it's 25 cultivars or 45 like we used to do at Sunkist or even more. I believe that halo will cover all citrus varieties if we talk about the nutrition of citrus in general. If navel orange guys and mandarin guys and lemon guys and lime guys are all participating in funding this research, just talk about citrus holistically, and I think the consumer gets it. Plus, you don't want to get too detailed. You don't want to get too far into the weeds for the consumer. Talking about the attributes, the positive nutritional health benefits of citrus alone, I think tells the story and goes as deep as consumers really want to go.
And I think we have a big advantage in that I think most consumers already know that citrus is good for you. You know, and especially in these COVID times, we've suffered this global pandemic, and I think everybody around the world has thought, I should eat a bit more citrus because it's good for me, because it protects against viruses.
The numbers that we've been watching the retail movement very, very closely on all varieties, not just on avocados, but also seeing the benefit that citrus has picked up. Again, mainly oranges, but the lemons and other are going along for the ride. The other thing about COVID, yes, I think it's really pointing to the fact that citrus has a real opportunity to talk more about nutrition, because consumers are telling us, I'm buying citrus because of the nutritional value. I think the other thing that's helpful in COVID is consumers are also looking for more packaged fruit where you can put your communication piece on that vehicle. Use your bag as your sort of billboard, make it short, make it sweet, make it compact, but talk to the consumer at the retail level. Don't wait for the retailer to do it. Talk straight to the consumer yourself.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the retailer, because we're going to hear from Stefan Weist in a moment. This relationship that you have at the Hass Avocado Board with the retailer, that's fundamentally important, isn't it?
You know, it's Chris, we do not interact with the retailer at all at the Hass Avocado Board. Now, the associations interact. So Avocados from Mexico and the California Avocado Commission, they interact with the retailers, and certainly the marketers, the Mission Produce, the Calavos, the Index Freshes, the Del Rey's of the world. They interact directly with, we give them the tools to say, guys, here's the data, here's the research, here's the information, go and use it, and let's all pull in the same direction for the category.
Oh, well, it's been an education, literally, for me now. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, John, for joining us down the line from Los Angeles in California. Have a good rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks for having us, Chris. Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay. Now we're going to turn, as I said a moment ago, to our panel in a second to discuss some of these issues. But let's hear first from a retailer. John just talked about them. We depend on retail, of course, to communicate with consumers. And I talked a few days ago with Stefan Weist, who, as I said, has a crucial role to play in the way in which Rewe, one of the biggest supermarkets in Germany, is interacting with consumers. Let's hear what Stefan had to say. Stefan, we've just heard, well, during the conference, we're going to be talking we've heard from the Hass Avocado Board in the States, where they've put together essentially a generic campaign to grow sales of avocados in the US. And apparently it's been quite successful. And we've seen other initiatives here in Europe, campaigns to grow a consumption of blueberries and so on and so forth, led by the industry. What's your view as a supermarket retailer of those kind of campaigns that the industry puts together?
Well, what we have seen over the last at least 20 years is that it's fairly uncommon to find general funding. Typically, it's been, in the past, it has been done by states, whatever Spania or whatever things, or by the EU. Then you have typically you need to either mention a health benefit or something. So we're always in a relatively tight corset on these things. So I think that's one of the reasons why they have never really increased something, if we're really honest. In the past, we haven't seen big efforts, and we haven't seen big successes there. So something large like the avocado guys did in the US, we haven't had that in a long time here.
And there's always this question about kind of where does the responsibility lie to grow consumption? And I guess the producers are sitting there and thinking, right, we've got this volume. We need to make sure the volume is sold each and every year, which happens almost all the time, but at very good prices, or the best prices that the market can take. And they then, I guess, look at the retailer and think, well, actually, it's you guys, the retailer, who has that connection with me, the consumer. So actually, the responsibility is with you. Do you see that you have that responsibility to grow consumption, or is it just actually that you want to grow your sales and it's great if consumption grows as a result?
Over time, we will only grow our sales if we grow the consumption, and I can answer to that with my two different caps. As the president of Freshfell, I think we're addressing the consumption part very often, a long period, and we always said that if every European consumer would just consume 10 grams more of produce category, probably we would switch from oversupply to over demand, and then we would have very different discussions in the market, and we're ready for it. So we would be looking forward to the switch. From a Rewe standpoint, yeah, sure. We are happy if the market grows in total, and at the same time, if our share of the pie grows at the same time, then we did an excellent job altogether and ourselves individually. So no, we are very interested in increased consumption, because an increased consumption means better utilization, also better prices. So it's a positive circle. Of course, we want to grow quicker than our competitors, and so do they. But at the end of the day, we have both interests.
But you as a retailer also have kind of an obligation as a business to make sure that you have a happier, healthier population of Germans who live longer, who live healthier lives, and we all know that that can happen better if they're eating lots of fruits and vegetables rather than perhaps other products that they've been larger consumers in the past. Do you feel that as a business is also one of your the key drivers, your social responsibility, as it were, or corporate social responsibility, to improve the diets of your fellow Germans?
Yeah, I think beyond fruit and vegetable, this is something which we have been taking fairly serious. Right now in Germany, we're talking about sugar reduction, we're talking about salt reduction, we're talking about healthy diets. We have introduced the Nutri-Score. So also on other product groups, we are pretty active there. But on fruit and vegetable, by the same token, if you follow our webpage where we develop so many recipes, etc., there's a fruit and vegetable product in the center of everything. So from that side, we are obviously flanking our industry. If you come to our stores, the first thing you see typically is vegetables. I know that you go shopping every now and then in Germany, so I hope also in our stores. This is something where I do believe that we do quite some things in order to increase it. But what we do is we do it for the whole total category. So that's very opposite to what we heard from the avocado gentleman. They're obviously trying to increase the avocado, and what we are trying to increase is something more. We try to bring the German consumer from its, I think, 270 gram per capita per day to the World Health Organization recommendation of 400 grams. So Germany doesn't eat enough fruit and vegetables like most European countries.
And when one looks at the category, you've essentially got the oranges, easy peelers, and then lemons, limes, grapefruit, pomelo, which has been a big new seller in the last few years. We talked, I remember last year when we looked at tomatoes, and you were saying you wanted to shrink the number of SKUs in your stores because it was becoming all a bit too complicated for consumers, that there are almost too many things. And are there echoes there in the way the citrus category works to a certain extent? Because you've got, when we look at easy peelers, for example, many different cultivars in easy peelers. And each of these easy peelers has, a slightly different taste, or they don't all taste the same. And yet the customer comes into the store and kind of half the time is thinking, those ones I had last week, I really liked, I want to get them again. Are you as a retailer, do you see that as a challenge? And do you think that one of the responses is to try either to reduce the number of cultivars you have in your store, or to try to make the cultivars kind of more similar in their taste profiles? Or is it also a question of kind of educating consumers with, banners in the stores and POS material, which says, look, this one tastes like this one tastes like that, this one tastes like something else?
Quite some ors in your question, so Let me see what I remember from the question. Now, I think the challenge is very different to the tomato challenge. Tomato challenge is that we have 25 or more tomatoes in our stores, and that not all stores can even stock all those 25, and we've got too many varieties which are on the top end of the pyramid. So you have probably 30% of the variety number is in the segment of whatever, €8 per kilo and more, but maybe only 5% of the demand. So obviously you run into a freshness problem, etc. On citrus, I would see it very different. Firstly, well, this is the year for citrus, thanks to COVID. The citrus category has been one of the bigger winners, definitely. So good for all, happy for all producers there. And also the lemon we have been seeing probably as a detox product or something growing a lot in the last 4 or 5 years, and would have thought that 10 years ago that we see lemons going up an average of whatever 10 to 15% year on year. I think in the citrus category, for me, the solution will not be to have 10 varieties of soft citrus, something with always tiny differences, one a bit larger, the one a bit easier to peel, but to have a more homogeneous product. Today, we are already much advanced versus 10 years ago, but I think if you asked the German consumer 10 years ago, they would have always said, well, it's a matter of luck whether an orange is sweet or sour, easy to peel or not easy to peel. While we as specialists already knew, well, obviously it's a matter of variety, and it's a matter of when do you switch the origin, and so many other factors. But we were not really in the driver's seat those days. I think this has been changing. Wherever I look in Europe, you have the added value varieties. You have a more homogeneous product, and I wouldn't go and stretch this to the extent that maybe we did with tomatoes in the past. But I think you need whatever 2 or 3 varieties. You need a reliable juice orange, you need a good eating quality orange, and then you need maybe a specialty orange, and that's maybe it. You don't need the same variety packed and unpacked with leaf or without leaf in a tray, in a net, in organic and in fair trade. That doesn't help you in your positioning, but you need to have a clear and healthy structure. After all, our stores are not made out of rubber, but of concrete.
Yeah. And what about the issue of provenance? Do you think that's important?
Come again?
The issue of provenance, that for example, as somebody who knows about these things, that, one of the best eating oranges comes from the slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily, or that you get a fantastic navel out of, Valencia, or the best clementines, late season clementines come, say, from Morocco or whatever. Do you think that, do you think the customer needs to know that? Do you think do you see that as an important issue for your communication?
Yes, if the difference is really, let's say, realistic and consumer centric, so not in a laboratory that the brix is 0.3 on average higher, that doesn't make the difference. But if you as a consumer, you peel it, you bite into it, and you say, oh, that's something different, then obviously that's a starting point to tell a story to the consumer. I had orange, I had soft fruit. Let's take lemons, for example. We do sell under our premium brand Rewe Feine Welt during the season. We sell an Amalfi lemon. It has a nice story to tell. For the Germans, Amalfi, particularly for the old Germans, is something like, oh yeah, the whatever. That's where my grandparents had the honeymoon kind of thing. So it's a nice, almost romantic story. If you close your eyes and you take the juice of an Amalfi lemon, I'm not sure whether I would taste it if we're honest, but it's a nice storytelling part. But then again, you have orange varieties which are much sweeter or have a nicer balance. But it needs to be in homogeneous. You need to repeat the experience when the consumer comes again. After all, we don't live from selling something. We live from the repurchase of the consumer. He needs to try it. He needs to like it. And if he comes back, then we did a job. To sell something one time is easy.
Well, those are all very good messages. Thank you, Stefan, for your time today.
Very welcome. Thanks for having me, and have a good rest of the program today. Thank you, Chris. See you.
Thanks.
Bye.
So that was me talking with Stefan Weist a few days ago, and I'd like now to introduce my panel for this piece about marketing and promotion and so on. We've got a panel of three. We're joined by Zach Lafitte from California today. Zach, I think. From Spain, Jose Antonio Garcia, who is the director of ILIMPO, an interprofessional organization for lemons and grapefruit. Zach, I should have said, is the president of Wonderful Citrus, excuse me. And lastly, by Agustina Fabio, who is the commercial director of San Miguel, joining us from Buenos Aires today. Agustina. Zach, if I could come to you first. You heard that wonderful story that John had to share about the growth of the avocado sector in the last number of years. An incredible kind of really empowering tale about how things can happen. Are you going to go, whether it's a President Biden or a President Trump, and go and knock on the door of the White House and say, hey, we want to have something similar. We need that kind of, program to get citrus consumption up in our country, in the United States?
I think the irony is that it's probably an easier sell to the government than it would be to fellow shippers. I think with the fragmentation and the intense competition that's existed over time, I think consolidating that type of group of individuals to really push under a single cause, I think it's the bigger challenge of the two. And I think that's, we have the challenge that this product's been it's been around for a long time. It's got very solid household penetration. I think our challenges are coming from different variations in eating quality, not having a consistent eating quality from our experience from a consumer standpoint. And I think also increasing the usage and making it a little bit more dynamic. I mean, we have essentially consumptions being driven by planned consumption and by impulse consumption, right? So I think the avocado example, I think, is a very good one on planned consumption, where they've really introduced new uses, and avocados make the list when they go into the store. And then citrus, I think, is very much an impulse buy in many circumstances. So I think you got to really manage both under different circumstances as COVID's really dictated.
I'll come to Jose Antonio in a sec, but before I go, Zach, I just wanted to ask you. You're saying that the industry needs to do a bit more basic work first before it can advance to some kind of generic promotion of the type that we've seen from the Hass Avocado Board. Is that correct?
I think so. I think it's we started some efforts with some of our colleagues here. Wonderful Citrus has partnered with a couple of other citrus and funded some vitamin C driven PR awareness. I think doing it so through influencers, I think is a very effective way, because you're really getting an endorsement of somebody who does that. 2 mandarins account for 50% of your daily dose of vitamin C. So I think we got a phenomenal story. I think as an industry, we've just fallen into the rut of just recycling the same tactical warfare against each other. And what we've really done is just lower the price to growers and to shippers. And I think it made it very competitive in making an argument for investment under circumstances of very low margins is a risky bet for many.
And it kind of, we all know, leads to, lots of, it doesn't lead to a good place, shall we say, in the future. Jose Antonio, I could see you nodding vigorously at that point. Now, you in Spain have managed this question. You are doing a generic campaign or generic promotion for lemons and grapefruit, but am I right in thinking that's only Spanish lemons and grapefruit?
Well, we have just started with a lemon promotion campaign. It's a European lemon campaign because it is co-financed by the European Union. So it is not only covering the Spanish lemon. We are very happy to have the commitment of the sector. I think this is really the right time to do that. We had to take the opportunity of COVID. We have to stress the idea of vitamin C, and but we have to tell the consumer a lot of things more than that. That vitamin C is essential, but we have to do a storytelling to the consumers. We have a lot to say about the people who are involved in the production of citrus, the people who are involved in the marketing, everything relating with sustainability. I think that the idea we have for lemons in Europe is that everybody knows that lemons are good, they are healthy, they are nutritious, they have a high content on vitamin C, but we have to create an emotional link between the consumers, especially the young people, and the lemons. So this is the motto of our promotional campaign. We have to talk about the lemon attitude, and we are welcoming the young people to the lemon era, to the lemon age. So we are planning to invest 6.2 million euros in 3 years, especially in Spain, France, and Germany, and we are also making some investment in the US and Canada. And so this is the first time we are doing that. We had the commitment of the sector. It's a very important project, and we are fully convinced that we had to do that in a funded by the industry as a whole, because the fragmentation of the sector is very high. So if we consider the financial effort, we consider as well the size of the companies, the only way to do that in an effective way is doing under the umbrella of Ilimpo, the Lemon Association in Spain.
Mm-hmm. Let me bring in Agustina Fabio in Buenos Aires. Agustina, you in Argentina, I think I'm right in saying you had a very similar program, didn't you, a few years ago? What happened to it?
It was not similar in the way that it was co-funded by many countries. We had some initiatives in the past, but as small initiatives in Argentina, basically. But we are really thinking about talking and pushing some initiatives worldwide with all of our colleagues. What I personally think is that this is something we must do in the sector, because what will happen for sure is that the citrus production is going to grow, especially in mandarins and lemons. We know for sure that there has been many new plantations in the past years, and they're going to come into production in the next 2 to 3 years. So as supply is going to keep on growing, we as a sector, we need to get together and focus in doing something together to promote consumption as well.
And that then is that as it were, that there's an economic imperative there, because what you'll have is a large increase in production, how should I say, a level, in demand, and the inevitable consequences is that you get prices going down like that. When you heard what John had to say, he was talking about, as it were, I think I'm right in saying that it was everybody who was supplying the market. So not just locally grown avocados, it's avocados from everywhere. When they get imported, they have to pay a fee. How is that? What do you think of that? And do you think that's going to work? Is that practical for the citrus industry?
I think that would be the only way to make it work, because what they did in the Hub is that they make it mandatory. It was a federal law that made everybody contribute to this campaign, not only domestic production, but also imported fruit. So everybody who wants to buy and sell an avocado needs to get into this, to fund this organization. So I think that's the main reason why it worked. And John mentioned there are no free riders in this. What we need to do in the citrus, I think, is that citrus products are not as versatile as avocados are, but still we can make them more fun, more modern. There's a lot of things we can make with the lemons, the mandarins, and the oranges, and the grapefruit. So we have to make it more modern and more fun, and work together in the industry to make the demand grow in the near future.
Mm-hmm. I'll come to Zach in a second, but I wanted to go first to Jose Antonio because one of the things that I know has often, how should I say, caused problems for promotions of the kind that you're doing is that your growers say, look, Jose Antonio, you need to promote my lemons, not Agustina's lemons. You need to promote my lemons. Please promote Lion Lemons. I don't want you to promote her product. You need to sell my product. The lessons of the Hass Avocado Board are that actually promoting every avocado from wherever it comes grows the market, and that's good for me. Is that a kind of discussion that you've had with your lemon and grapefruit growers in Spain?
Yeah, we had this discussion at the very beginning, but at the end of the day, we realized that the most important thing is to promote the product, lemons. We are producing lemons in Spain during 9-10 months per year, and we are importing during the summer. So at the end, the full category is getting the benefit. I think that really the experience in the avocado is really great. Indeed, I want to be I want my lemons to be the new avocado in the future. So it's really fantastic that the link between the research and promotion, the commitment of the sector, the long-term vision they have. So I think I fully agree with Agustina that avocado are really a very, very good example. And the idea is we are doing this promotion campaign co-funded by the European Union. So we are promoting really the European lemons, but it is financed by the Spanish growers and exporters. And maybe in the future we can create this feeling that we had to do something worldwide together, and maybe the WCO can play a good role to do that.
This question that John mentioned about the halo effect, you said that you want your lemons to be the new avocados, but there's an orange grower sitting there saying, hey, I want my oranges to be the new avocado. How do you overcome that particular issue? And do you agree with this kind of halo effect that he was talking about?
You coming to me, Chris?
I'll come to you in a second, but Jose Antonio first.
Yeah, I think the halo is quite clear on avocado, and maybe I really think, because I am very committed with the lemon and grapefruit sector, we had to make compatible the promotion of the citrus category as a whole, and then specifically the different category of products inside the citrus family, and the halo is quite clear. So we have the vitamin C, we have the nutrition, and we have the healthy components of citrus. So we just have to start.
Zach?
I would say our company spent about $125 million over 7 years promoting our brand, our soft citrus brand, Wonderful Halos. And it's achieved 90% brand awareness. So I think we've done pretty successfully, but yet you look at the consumption of easy peelers over that same window of time and it's gone flat, right? So as we've been successful individually in really promoting our brand, our major intent is essentially to raise consumption of the entire category. And it's not been enough, right? So one player investing in it. So I think Jose Antonio's point about really broadening this and really reaching at much more consumers with a more holistic approach is the way to go. I mean, it's ultimately, people are familiar with the benefits of citrus. I think it's being more inventive in the way we use it. And again, maybe in some cases, reinforcing some of the benefits to newer generations.
Yeah. But that question about how you communicate, clearly, there's social media and Instagram and influencers and so on and so forth. But in the last analysis, the crucial is the crucial, as it were, relationship that you have with your retail customer, and that you want to get, as it were, that communication that happens at point of sale. We all know that citrus, as you said a moment ago, is an impulse purchase. So I come into the store, and why do I buy that kilo of oranges rather than a bag of Doritos? and it's the retail connection that you need to really work on. Do you agree?
I do. I think we've done a few things. We've really leveraged point of sale material inside stores, especially in secondary locations, whether that be at the checkout lane where you might be have the impulse to buy a candy bar or something like that. We've placed our wonderful halos in those locations at a discounted price, maybe a smaller pack, and that's proved to be effective. But ultimately, you're going to go up against retailers who may want their footprint to be a little cleaner, a little bit more minimalist. We're going to push back on secondary placements. Our new strategy is really trying to reach people digitally through social media, doing some geo tracking. So if you're in the proximity of a store that's carrying wonderful halos, you'd get something through Facebook or Instagram, an alert, whether it's a promotion or a coupon. But you really have to, it goes back to really appealing to the impulse buy, and doing so, whether your partner, your retailer is going to allow for a secondary location, or whether you have to bypass them altogether and just go to the consumer directly through social media. I think those are, we have to look at every single avenue, and it's a much more modern way to do it within citrus and within produce in general than's been traditionally done.
Agustina, San Miguel inevitably has to be focused on exports. I mean, Argentina is a huge country, but with a relatively small population relative to the big consumer markets of North America or Europe or Asia. To do the kind of work that Jose Antonio has talked about and Zach has talked about must be quite difficult for you, though, as a business, in Argentina, and inevitably your product is going all over the world, and you have communications with people that are not local to you. They're many, many hours away from you in time zone. How do you manage that process, and what kind of complications does that cause for you?
First of all, we have operations not only in Argentina. We are global, but focused in the Southern Hemisphere. We have operations in Argentina, Peru, Uruguay, and South Africa. So that gives us a worldwide look in terms of growing fruit. And we export most of our fruit to the Northern Hemisphere, and we have been doing that for many years. So we have direct contact with the biggest retailers worldwide, and also with all of the big importers. We are used to play globally. So that's part of our business from the very beginning. We don't consider that a challenge. But when you mention the time difference and the different language, we do have to be very flexible in terms of how we work. But here in this panel, Zach is from works in the US. We have Jose Antonio from Spain, and I'm from Argentina, and we have a very aligned look at what the market is, how we see the industry and the market. So that shows that despite we are in different places, the market is not so big, I think.
But let me ask you a very direct question, and I'll ask it of both you, Agustin, and Zach. It's something that Jose Antonio raised a moment ago. Is there an opportunity within this World Citrus Organization to, this is the first ever conference that we've done, and we've got 1,200 people who registered, many of the leading players in the citrus business are here. Do you think to yourself, there is an opportunity to come together. There is a way that we should sit round a table together. Okay, it's going to be through a Zoom call at the moment, but how do we get together and talk about these things together, and what can we do? And is the kind of work that the World Citrus Organization doing, do you see that as a positive opportunity for you? Agustina first, and then I come to Zach.
Yes, I definitely see that as a great opportunity for this to be the place to get together. I think that the challenge we have, different to the avocado experience, that we have several products, not only one, as mentioned before, and we are talking globally, and was focused in the US. So we have a bigger challenge, but anyway, there's a lot we can do, and I really think that this organization is a good starting point for sitting together and discuss it and start planning into the future.
Zach, what about you?
I echo what Agustina said. I think it's the challenge is multiple markets, multiple commodities, but I think it's about really sharing best practices amongst colleagues that were facing some similar challenges. And I think there's many, data can be deceiving, and I think sometimes the real magic exists between the lines, and it's really through conversation and really sharing that we're really going to understand these markets and the challenges we're up against. So I think anything that brings us to the table to really dispel any misunderstandings or any challenges that we can benefit from sharing, I think is a worthy cause.
Well, I think that's a very good point at which we should bring this little bit about marketing to an end. And I'll be joined by Jose Antonio in a moment with Justin Chadwick of the Citrus Growers Association South Africa to talk about some of the take-home messages that we have. But Agustina from Buenos Aires and Zach from California, thank you so much for joining us in this session. And Jose Antonio, thank you to you too, and we'll hear from you in a moment again.
Okay,
good.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, well, that was very, very, very interesting. And I think it's a wonderful moment on which to bring things to an end here at this first ever Global Citrus Congress. We've heard a lot, and we've talked about a lot over the last several hours. What time is it now? It's 6 o'clock in London. So in the last nearly 4 hours, we've overrun on time a little bit, and there's still a little way to go with our final discussion. But I think we've discovered a lot about some of the opportunities that there are there in the citrus industry, and I think it seems to me that it's all over the place in terms of the opportunities, whether it's sharing information and sharing insight, or even getting to the point where we might be able to, share promotions and actually do what we all want to do, which is to grow sales of citrus, which is such, as I said right at the very start, such a fantastic category with so many positive benefits that we've, again, relearned during this crazy period we're living through of COVID. And I think what we'd like to do now to come to an end with this conference is I'd like to spend a bit of time with Jose Antonio, who we've just been speaking to, and joined too by Justin Chadwick, who I hope is there from South Africa. Justin, are you there? Not yet. Well, we're hoping we'll get Justin on the line in a second. But let's talk first, Jose Antonio. When you put now your World Citrus Organization hat on, shall we say, you must be very encouraged by some of the responses that you've had from there's Justin. Hello, Justin, joining us from South Africa.
Hi, Chris.
When you hear of some of those things that you've heard from in that last session about the way some big players, I mean, San Miguel is a very big company, Wonderful Citrus is a very big company. This kind of interest in coming together, it must give you a great deal of confidence. Justin, you first.
Yeah, sorry, Chris, I didn't get the start of your discussion, but it's fantastic. I mean, 1,200 people, probably the biggest virtual congress in the fresh produce that's been had to date. So we're really excited about it. The membership is growing, and we want everybody to be on board. The only way it's going to be a World Citrus Organization is if we have all players in, and so it's great to see some smaller players in. We're still missing some, and we just need to grow from here.
And you, Jose Antonio, when you heard what Zach and Agustina had to say about their preparedness to kind of, to work together, to want to work together, and actually to need to work together, that must be very encouraging as well.
Yeah, we are very, very happy, and because I think the most important thing is that we have realized that we are a family. We are the citrus family, and the most important thing is to speak and speak and speak, and sitting together in the same table. Probably we are going to discuss, but we are going to discuss in a very constructive way. So if we do so, I think we have a very good future. We are living in a very difficult world today because of the pandemic and because of many other political and geopolitical issues. But the future in the citrus business is depending mainly on what we are doing. So if we have the platform, which is the WCO, and we have the commitment to speak in a constructive way, I think we can be very happy today.
But you know, the fruit and vegetable business has always been kind of a big family, and as we know, families sometimes fall out with one another, or they like one part of the family and they don't like another part of the family so much. And I know that seeing a Spaniard and a South African on the same screen who are working together is quite something. It's quite a historic moment. I don't want to overplay it, but you know, there's been quite a lot of rivalry, shall we say, between your two industries. And as a journalist, you know, I've covered some of these over the years. You've put the rivalries beside and you see that there's a reason to come together and work together. Justin, to you first.
Yeah, Chris, I think the important thing is, you know, one of the strengths of the global citrus industry is the competitiveness within the industry. So you have all the suppliers around the world are fiercely competitive, and that makes sure that we keep ahead of the game. We make sure that our quality is good, food safety is looked after, etc. So, you know, in no way should we in any way reduce the competitiveness. We should still be ferocious and fair in the way that we compete. But that's in the one lane, and you know, life is made up of many lanes, and in other lanes we'll get together and we will stand together and be fiercely competitive and protectionist about our product, which is citrus, and we'll fight together against the other products that are trying to take away our market share. And you know, we heard that the Avos want to be the number one fresh produce in the US. Well, we as Global Citrus want to be the number one fruit in the world as well. So that is what we'll work together on. And then, you know, Jose and Antonio and myself will disagree in other areas, and we'll leave those for a debate in another platform.
Jose Antonio, if I could come to you, I think it's no secret that it's not always been easy convincing your countrymen in the rest of Spain to be part of this in the orange and easy peeler category. Do you think that what are your hopes that do you think that they will come to the table, as it were? You can persuade them to join?
I hope so. I'm sure that the people involved in the institutional bodies in the orange and easy peeler sector, I think they will think about that, and because there is no other option. So I remember at the very beginning when I first met Justin, the beginning of the relationship was not easy, and we have a lot of discussions indeed. But we started to talk and talking in a very honest way, and so we found that we have much more to win, and we prefer to win rather than lose. Mm-hmm. So we are competitors, of course, but we can work together. But you have to identify. You have to talk to identify. We can work in a cooperative way on these topics. And probably there are other topics that are going to be very difficult. And of course, we cannot talk about these topics today. But if we manage to have a good relationship, we may be able to talk about these topics in the future. So I have invited from the very beginning to my colleagues in Valencia to join the WCO. Unfortunately, they have decided not to do that at this stage. But I think they will do that because there is no other option.
And relationships, of course, they require nurturing and hard work to make them sustainable. And you mentioned about the future direction. Where do you go next? And I thought what we'd do, we ran these several polls, on the Slido, and I think there's quite a number of people who've replied. And I hope we can get the poll results up, because I think it's quite interesting to give us an indication of the way forward. Are we able to get those poll results up? Yeah, okay. Well, this was one of the questions that was asked. I need to get my glasses on for this one. What is the best way to make citrus production and trade future-proof by 2030? And look, 51%, it's all of the above: increasing consumption, more quantitative information, greater transparency and qualitative information, and a better dialogue and communication across the citrus community, which I guess is is what you guys in the World Citrus Organization are all talking about. Let's look at the next result. Which aspect of sustainability is the most important to you? Water there with 45%, and then all of the above again. Everybody agrees that there are some very big issues there, but less kind of agreement, shall we say, on all of the various issues. And the third poll we did, we should have the results here. And I think this is an interesting one because it picks up on many of those, on some of those things rather that we were talking about earlier, where you need to focus. And this is one of these word clouds where, the biggest ones are the ones where people have said, yeah, that's the most important bit. And I think it's interesting there, you've got this issue about health and nutrition and the quality of the product, and there too, the issue about consumption. Gentlemen, Justin first, what do you make of these, the key to successful promotion there, about these issues about the health and nutrition aspect first, shall we say, that sits right at the center of what you need to do in future?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I mean, the last three speakers are probably far better equipped than I am to talk about promotions and that. But this last year has proven that citrus is flavor of the month, and I think the secret is to try and capture that and keep that going. So it was all about health, nutrition, wellness, etc. So that must be the key message. And I think that as a WCO, we're going to have to sit around and talk about how do we actually make this happen in terms of promoting our sector. We saw Eric's figures that showed that there's not growth in our sector. It's flatlining in a lot of places around the world. So it is worrying that, and we see the plantings are carrying on. So we're going to need to do something, I'm really glad you've run these polls because it does give us our direction in terms of what people see and what we should focus on.
But when you talk to your stakeholders around the boardroom table, as you do, I'm sure very often, they'll often say to you, I'm sure, Justin, listen, it's about the price. Our returns, they're not good enough. We want higher returns. How do you persuade them that the future is actually to invest money in promoting the health and nutrition of the product, when they could say, actually, it's about, getting our product, at point of sale. It's about working on the relationship with the retailer. To Justin first, Jose Antonio.
Right. Yeah, look, it's a hard sell. And you asked, somebody spoke about whose responsibility is it? And many growers don't see this as their responsibility. They believe it's the exporter's responsibility or the importer or the retailer. So, at the end of the day, the product does pay, but in South Africa, it is a difficult thing to get the growers to actually invest. And as we've seen in the numbers that Zach put out there, the millions of dollars that one needs to do for this, and Jose Antonio as well. So it's not a cheap exercise. So, we're going to have to do our homework. We're going to have to have a really good business case, and we're going to have to take that to all the industries around the world.
And just before I come to Jose Antonio, you said that the clock is kind of a little bit against you because, as you said, consumption is pretty flatlining, and yet production is growing. So that debate about price is going to become even more focused, I guess, in future.
Yeah, Chris, the advantage that we've had with COVID, as terrible as it is around the world, we need to harness that now. A few years' time, God willing, we won't have this pandemic, but we need to maintain the impetus that we've got at the moment.
Jose Antonio, to you, this issue about convincing your stakeholders about the necessity of investing. You've got the big advantage that the European Union came along and gave you, what was it, 6 million euros to help promote. That must make life a lot easier.
Yeah, it makes it easier, but we had to do a financial effort anyway. But I think that the message we have sent to the stakeholders is quite simple. In the same way you need water to irrigate the lemon trees, we need marketing to sell the fruit. So if there is no marketing, there is no future. So This is quite easy to say, but I think this is the key point. And I wanted to say something about promotion and the link between promotion with the retailers, because unfortunately, we in the sector, we don't have all the information about the consumer. So our consumer, let's say, is the retailer, and the retailers are the ones who have the knowledge about the consumer. So it is really very, very important to plan to create a campaign, especially in social media, which is really a must. But we have to have a good connection with the retailers, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who know everything about the consumers. So if we want together, we create like let's say a magic triangle with the consumers, the lemon or the citrus supply chain, and the retailer. So everyone is going to win if we do things in the good way.
Well, I think on that very positive note, I think I'll draw this conference to a conclusion and kind of set you on your way to achieve that. I look forward to meeting up with you and hearing about this magic triangle and that it's worked, because I think it's needed. Jose Antonio, thank you very much indeed. And Justin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Chris.
Good. Well, that brings us at 5 minutes past 6 here in London, which is rather later than I thought it was going to be when we were going to end, but I think it's been worth it. We've really had a very good discussion here today about, well, everything and anything there is to know about citrus. It's, as Justin said, certainly the first time that the citrus industry has got together, and as a company that's been very heavily involved since COVID came around in organizing these online events. Justin's right, this is the largest single online event, online conference that's been organized, with 1,200 from 60 countries who've registered to attend this event today. And I think that says something to the interest that there is out there in the citrus category globally, because people from all over the world have been attending and been giving up their morning, afternoon and evenings, and sometimes middle of the night to be part of this, which I think is very encouraging, because it shows just how interested people are in overcoming some of the challenges that the citrus sector faces. And it's very true to say that the citrus sector faces some enormous challenges. And at the risk of repeating myself, as I just mentioned a moment ago, we've got, as Eric pointed out right at the very beginning, some areas of consumption that are pretty flatlining, and yet we've got a growth in production all over the world. And the citrus industry has to do something to see how they can bring that, or rather avoid that inevitable pressure on price that is going to come in a few years if nothing is done. So if for nothing else, this event is extraordinarily timely in waking us all up to this issue. And it's a common challenge that faces us all. And it's great that we can all come together and discuss this today. And this will be the first, I hope, of many such meetings where we can plot the progress of this and encourage more and more people to be part of this journey that we've set ourselves on. And as Jose Antonio mentioned a moment ago, it requires a great deal of regular, steady watering of this plant to make it grow. And we're very determined at Fruitnet to be part of this process to help it grow. And to that extent, I'd like to thank everybody at the WCO in Brussels, Philippe and his colleagues, Natalia, as well as Jose Antonio and Justin and the others who've been involved in helping us put together this program for this first ever Citrus Congress. To my colleagues in London, most especially Annalisa Bertacchini, who's been, pretty superhuman in getting everything done, along with the other events that we've got to do at the same time, as well as Maura Maxwell, who's put together an excellent program working together with the WCO. I'd like to thank our AV team, who we've been working with, and they've done a great job again in putting together, I think, a very interesting and seamlessly working event today. And of course, I'd like to thank, as I did right at the very beginning, I'd like to thank them again right at the end, all of the wonderful brands that you see behind me here, our sponsors, our supporters for this event, because without them, I have to say this really wouldn't be possible. So we're really grateful for your efforts and your commitment and for stepping up to the plate for this first event. And we welcome you back to the second event, which we don't know when it'll be, but we hope it'll be soon. And I'd like to, if you'd like to, you're very welcome to go and review all of this when it's posted online very soon. We'll be writing to you to tell you that it's all available. So do watch again, do share, and do get other people to wake up to the good news of the opportunities there are out there in citrus. We're doing this conference online, of course, because we can't come together because of this damn COVID crisis that's affected us all around the world. And I think out of that crisis has come a huge opportunity, which is we never expected that we'd bring this many people together on this day, and the power of the internet has allowed us to do that. And let's hope that we can do this meeting many, many more times, but let's also hope that we can also meet together in 3 dimensions, because I think that's a bit that all of us crave and all of us miss. And I think, as I said a while ago, the citrus business and the fruit business is a family, and families get together every so often, and they argue, but they also have a great time together. And let's hope we can do that. So in the meantime, I wish you all very well. I wish you that you stay safe and keep well. And am I allowed to do this? I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, because it's only, 20 shopping days until the 25th of December. So thank you for joining us today. And we look forward to seeing you again. And all the best, and sell more citrus and eat more citrus. And all the best. Bye-bye now.
Bye.